is SAS Week.
The DCLL Research Forum 2026.
First of all, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our University Research Director, Dr. Patrick Lim, our respected faculty members, dear alumni, our fellow students from BA Communications, English Language Studies, and Literary and Cultural Studies program. We'd also like to acknowledge the presence of grad school students taking up Masters in Applied Linguistics. Thank you for joining us this morning.
To begin our program, let us hear a message on behalf of the Chair of the Department of Communications, Linguistics, and Literature. Please help us welcome Dr. Charity Turano for the opening remarks. A round of applause, please.
Good morning, Department of Communications, Linguistics, and Literature. Dr. Tan has something really important to do, so I'm here on her behalf. Again, Dr. Lim, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Later on, we'll be hearing from the Research Director of the University, an important message for us again to rekindle, if we need to rekindle our love for research. We know how taxing doing research is, and of course I know that for sure. All of us are doing that, and I believe he can properly once again give the rationale on why we should be focusing on this area more than ever. If you've noticed, the University of San Carlos has always been recognized as one of the top universities in the Philippines. And by the way, one of the factors that make us up there is because of our research projects. But how far are we in the department in terms of our research outputs? There's still, of course, it's a work in progress for all of us, including us, your mentors, your faculty members. Later on, you will be hearing papers we have carefully selected for presentation. We're looking into their timeliness. We're looking into, of course, their use in the society, the impact of their research papers in the society, and of course, technical writing skills, because that's always part of our research skill. And again, we can never underestimate or understress the importance of research in the society. Why? Probably without the researches, for example, of the medical doctors, probably a very simple illness would lead us to demise. And the developments in the country are actually dependent on research outputs. And so that is why research should be one of the most important components in the university. So I do hope that we will be inspired by our presenters this morning for the communication discipline. These are products of young people like you, and I'd like to say this as one of the thesis advisors. When I journeyed with them, I get amazed of your thoughts, of your concepts on what you want to pursue as a research study and how you want to contribute, again, to the developments of the society. In the afternoon, we will be hearing papers from the LCS alumni. You might be wondering why are the alumni presenting instead of our fourth-year students. With communication, for example, BA Communication, our fourth-year students were here. By the way, let's give them a round of applause. They're really busy working on their thesis. They will still be defending, and I wish you strength and perseverance and on your undertaking. They will still be defending their studies by April, hopefully. For the ELS, though, we have a presenter who are from the fourth-year students or batch now, and then for the LCS, we have the alumna. Again, all these are carefully selected, and they went through a screening process out of the papers that your thesis professors endorsed. Then we had to screen again, and then we arrived at 6 papers for BA Communication, and then 2 for LCS and 3 for ELS. And hopefully, all of us will be will have the stamina to listen to to the whole day presentation today. And thank you so much. Welcome everyone and happy SAS week as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Durano. Research truly continues to be at the heart of academic excellence. To share a message with us today, may we call on the University Research Director, Dr. Patrick Lim. A round of applause, please.
Thanks so much. Allow me to show some slides. Bagulay na yung mga adapter to. Press. All right. Mayong buntag sa tanan. Morning, everyone. Thanks to Maurice and Chat for inviting me to speak a little bit. Hopefully inspire you, but also to challenge you today. Chat talked a little bit about the importance of research. I'm not going to go into that. I'm going to be a little bit selfish and talk about why research is important to USC. We want to encourage more research. We have targets, but we want to encourage more research primarily because we want USC to remain in the world rankings. So if you're aware, or if you're not, now you know, we have been ranked in 2025 QS World University Rank, in the 2025 QS World University Rankings, but we got delisted for 2026. That's primarily because the competition is getting tougher. We're still ranked in the 2026 Asia University Rankings, also by QS, and we're 94th in Southeast Asia. It's not bad, it's not too shabby. There's more than 2,000 universities, or maybe even higher than that, can't recall correctly now, who submitted data to QS. We're also ranked in the THE Impact Rankings. That world rankings looks at how much we are contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. The prerequisite for getting ranked is the number of publications. So if you look at our output from the 2020 to 2024 period, where we have 548 papers. The cutoff for QS is 500. So we're just hovering above the cutoff, and that's probably why we got delisted from the worlds. Beyond that, I would also like you to take note of this number, because that's important. It's not only the number of papers that we're looking at, it's also the number of citations. In fact, these are the two major world rankings that we are looking at, the Times Higher Education, as well as QS World Rankings. And you can see, especially for THE, research is 60% of the rankings, while in QS it's only 20%. QS requires 500 papers over a period of 5 years. THE requires 1,000 papers over a period of 5 years. Remember, our output is only 548. My ambition, before I retire, which will be soon, is to double that output so that we can get into THE. I'm not going to retire until we get to THE, which means I probably won't retire. I don't know. But that's my ambition. That's my personal ambition, that we can get in the THE World University Rankings. That's more prestigious, and definitely it puts more emphasis on research. I'm going to show you USC data now. We need help. We need help. This is all Science Journals classification, and if you use that classification, our production is primarily from these disciplines here. Our arts and humanities contribution is only 3.3% of our total scholarly output over a period of 4 years this time. I did a 2022 to 2025 period. This is the, again, all science journal classification. If you look at the THA classification, it's about 4%, 17 publications only from the arts and humanities. We need help, and I'm very encouraged, very encouraged that you guys are conducting this research forum because this is a good start, right? You get free critique, free feedback, hopefully all constructive, that will enable you to polish your research work and potentially publish it in the future. It should not remain here. This is the challenge. This is the gauntlet that I'm throwing upon you right now. You have to publish it. And I can help you. Our office can help you choose the right journals. There's a lot of journals to choose from. I would really push that you look at Scopus journals. There are 6,000 Scopus journals under arts and humanities. 1,752 of those are quartile 1 journals. These are the highest ranked journals. They will get the most citations. If you only look at language and linguistics, there's 1,157 journals. 374 of those are quartile 1. You have the power of choice, and we can help you make that choice. We just actually completed a workshop on the last Friday of February on journal selection. We're going to do a workshop on the last Friday of March, which is midterm week, on how to convert your thesis into an article for publication. Literature, literary theory, it's also there, 278 quartile 1 journals. I'm also gonna ask Chat to convey this message to Maurice, that if you want a department-specific workshop, we can also hold it for you. Every first Friday of the month is dedicated for department-based activities, so we can come and you can organize the final year students or graduate students, and we can help you this. We're also running, for those who are enrolled in the research-intensive curriculum in the graduate school, we're also running workshops. In fact, we're doing one on March 21st, and that will be, again, on publication. And hopefully we can increase and meet our target of at least 200 papers per year so that we can get into the THE rankings. I will end with an invitation. We are actually holding the University Research Conference, the 10th iteration, and in fact our theme is creativity and knowledge, university as a catalyst of innovation. It will be held at Ricart's primarily, but also here at SAFAD. In fact, there's a parallel session on SAFAD where we'll spend the entire afternoon just showing documentary films. The focus is on creativity, and it's funny that I'm here pushing a creativity conference to a research conference at DCLL. But we're also trying to get a panel discussion going, looking at the state of creative industries in the country, from film to books to whatever, spanning all of the creative industries. We have 2 confirmed speakers. I just received an email this morning. The second speaker just confirmed, but Ambeth Ocampo is coming. If you know Ambeth, he was with us in the 3rd URC, I think, and it was a packed house. Ambeth is the premier historian, Rizal expert, pre-Hispanic culture in the Philippines. So he's confirmed he will be speaking on day 2 on April 24th at 9 o'clock. The first keynote speaker who will be speaking on April 23rd is Grace Nuno, if you know her. Grace Nuno is an ethnic musician. So again, our focus is actually creative. We're collaborating with SAFAD. They're also going to hold the SAFAD Design Week. We are not accepting papers anymore, but if there are, and I will trust Chat on this, if there are excellent papers coming from this forum, pass it on to us. We'll consider it. and hopefully we can have a parallel session coming from DCLL as well. So with that, I hope that I'll see your names, not only here in the forum, but also in future publications so that you can contribute to my ambition. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lim.
We now move on to the highlight of this forum, the presentation of selected undergraduate research papers from BA ComEd.
Each of the studies you will hear this morning has undergone a careful screening process conducted by the communication faculty members. The papers were carefully selected based on several criteria, including their perceived impact on the larger community, timeliness and usefulness of the study, degree of difficulty in data gathering, technical skills demonstrated by the researchers, and their contribution to the discipline of communication. Without further ado, let us begin with our first presentation.
But before that, we kindly ask everyone to refrain from using their phones during the presentations. Our first study explores how government institutions utilize digital platforms to connect with the public, presenting their research entitled Digital Information Dissemination in the Context of a Local Government Unit, exploring Mandaue City Public Information Office's weekly news segment on Facebook, by Denise Marie Diaz and Rosemary Rodriguez. Ms. Diaz graduated in June 2024 and currently works as a team lead at Wedding Workflows, an outsourcing agency based in Australia that provides various services to wedding professionals.
Her co-author, Ms. Rosemary Rodriguez, also graduated in 2024 and is currently working as a public relations officer for SM Supermalls. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Denise Marie Diaz and Ms. Rosemary Rodriguez. A warm round of applause, please.
Once again, a pleasant morning to each and everyone here. I am Rosemary and this is Denise, and we are here to present our study, which is entitled Digital Information Dissemination in the Context of an LGU, specifically exploring Mandaue City Public Information Office's weekly news segment on Facebook. So you must be wondering why we chose Mandaue City. So aside from all of the cities here in Cebu, Mandaue City has been very active in information dissemination on Facebook. They really use the importance of Facebook, and they had this weekly news segment called Mandaue News. So our rationale, the study explores digital information dissemination in the context of a local government unit, specifically Mandaue City's digital news segment on Facebook. So in this study, we use Mandaue Weekly News, which is their news segment, and we aimed to find out their reporting styles and the types of news and how they produced their content.
Next slide. So our study aimed to analyze Mandaue City Public Information Office's digital information dissemination, determining the reporting styles applied on the Mandaue Weekly News segment on Facebook, based on clients' content analysis in the research on reporting styles. Specifically, it sought to answer 3 questions. The first one being the types of news produced on the Mandaue Weekly News segment based on clients' formal reporting styles, which are the following: first, news story; second, commentary; third, feature journalism; and fourth, interview. Second question we sought to answer in our study is the how content is produced for the Mandaue Weekly News, based again on clients' content-related reporting styles. It has 3 categories, the first one being objectivity, second, game framing, third, storytelling, and fourth, news softening. The third and final question we sought to answer in our research is what improvements can the Mandaue Weekly News, Mandaue City PIO what can they improve based on the determination of the reporting styles applied on the Mandaue Weekly News.
So, of course, we are here to aim the reporting style. So this is a tricky part because we were about to find what the theoretical framework could support this study. So we found content analysis in the research on reporting styles by Miriam Klein, and it has two reporting styles, formal reporting styles and content-related reporting styles. So formal reporting styles are identifying the reporting styles of news and journalistic genre present in the media landscape is essential in studying the news for Mandawi's news segment. And it is important because in this reporting style, we get to determine the difference between news and opinion, especially in the context of conducting research or analyzing the content of such news. And categorizing news into formal reporting styles would be vital to determine that these are not opinion-based contents. And for content-related reporting styles, aside from the differences between journalistic news formats, content-related reporting styles are multiple types of reporting styles which deal with particular methods of covering news, which is utilized to determine for how content production is done on the news. So in this kind of reporting styles, we get to analyze and assess the process of how content is being produced or arranged in their news angle or framing. Next slide, please.
For our research methodology, we selected 10 of the most recent episodes of the Mandawi Weekly News, and we analyzed and transcribed the episodes based on news items, and we categorize them based on clients' content analysis in the research on reporting styles and their specifically the formal and content-related reporting styles utilized for each news item.
So for our study's results and discussions, these are what we found out. First, the dominant formal reporting style of Mandawi Weekly News is the news story, with items presenting key facts first, following by supporting details in order of appearance. So it is already evident that they indeed use news stories as their formal reporting style. And second, game framing is the dominant content-related reporting style in Mandawi Weekly News, focusing coverage on candidates or political figures. So as we all know, Mandawi City Public Information Office is an office for the LGU. So we found out that game framing is indeed the goal all along of their weekly news episodes, which is focusing coverage more on the candidates or political figures. And third, improvement is needed in content production methods. With game framing dominant, reporting should be more objective and less focused on the city mayor's involvement in most news. Because in our study, we also found out that most of their news episodes they presented facts first of such activities or news, but in the end or in the process of dissecting the whole episode, the overall message is basically making the political figures or candidates for good reputation or good public image. Next slide, please.
So based on the results of our study, we were able to come up with 3 conclusions. The first one being that the utilization of the formal reporting styles could provide more depth to each news item produced. Second is that Mandawi Weekly News produces content mostly through game framing. And the third one is the use of the Cebuano language connects the Public Information Office and the local government as a whole to the people of Mandawi City.
So with that, our study, here are our recommendations. First, incorporate different types of news on Mandawi Weekly News, and we would also recommend assessing how content is produced on Mandawi Weekly News to dig deeper on how the specifics of the game framing content-related reporting style is used. And third, include more episodes to deepen understanding on the news types and content produced by Mandawi City PIO, because the episodes we assessed and looked into are the first, the 10 recent episodes of their news segment.
fourth recommendation is to examine the Facebook engagement of each of the Mandawi Weekly News episodes and its correlation with the reporting style used by the Mandawi City PIO. Fifth is to further examine audience perspectives on Mandawi Weekly News's reportage and compare how other local government units digitally disseminate their information. Last but not the least, for future researchers, we recommend to look into studying the themes present in the news items of Mandawi Weekly News. And that is it for our paper. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you so much for that very informative presentation. It really reminded us of the media when it comes to bridging institutions and communities with the strategic use of digital platforms like Facebook, as mentioned, and how it can strengthen local government communication towards public information dissemination. So thank you so much for that. Our next research examines how Filipino political films influence the political ideologies of Cebuano audiences, presenting the study entitled Bayan o Sarili, an analytical study on Filipino political films' influence in shaping political ideologies of Cebuanos, by Teresa Victoria Fulache and Emily Sumaoy.
One of the authors, Teresa Victoria Fulache, graduated in 2025, is currently employed in a wellness company where she is undergoing training towards a marketing leadership role. However, due to urgent medical reasons, on behalf of Ms. Fulache, her research paper will be presented by her thesis advisor. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome once again Dr. Charity Torano.
Good morning once again. It's me again. All right. So I just learned about this morning that I have to do the opening remarks on behalf of Dr. Maurice Tan and to also present the paper of my former thesis advisees, Teresa and Emily. I wish they were here, especially like Teresa, who was really excited about this day for her to present her paper. Pardon me if I could not present her paper as passionately as Teresa can, but I'll try my very best. I reviewed their paper just a few minutes ago, and yes, I think you saw the catching title, okay, an analytical study, or Bayan or Sarili, an analytical study on Filipino political films, influence in shaping political ideologies of Cebuanos. I believe this is very timely, always timely, right? So why study on this? The researchers believe that Filipino political films are not just cultural products of creativity, but also active agents in shaping political ideologies, as cast by DEB 2023, depicted in the selected Filipino political films. According to, first technique is intent, second, narrative and perspective, and then third is transparency. Number two, how does Filipino political films influence Filipino political ideologies? So if you've noticed, it's a mixed method. They did a content analysis and then some quantitative somewhere, and then they also did qualitative by looking into human participants in their study. So it's both content and human participants, which of course went through the rigorous process of research ethics review. I know the fourth year students here are smiling and they can relate now. Okay, the COM students, fourth year students, and of course our ELS here and LCS. Okay, so according to Alvarez, cinema did not just consist of what was shown on the screen, but included how this was experienced through the physical and material structures of cinema. Films can act as an influence and impact political ideologies and behaviors, according to GIDA 2015. This is to say that intent is an important aspect in a film's purpose and message. Now, the intent of a political cinema is to encourage critical thinking and debate. It may provoke discussions and stimulate diverse viewpoints while allowing the audiences to make their own judgments. Okay, so that's according to some of the scholars who also wrote
publications or publish similar to the current study. So again, the research study was conducted in Cebu City. There were 9 participants. You might be wondering why 9 only, why not 900? Okay, 9 because according to scholars, when you do FGD, because FGD is one of the methods used here in gathering the data, once you're able to saturate 8 to 12 participants, that can already be sufficient enough to elicit themes and to elicit answers for the specific questions asked during the interview and during the discussion. So when you do questionnaire, for example, of course, we're expecting that more participants should be here. And since they did FGD and an in-depth interview, at the same time contact analysis, so they were not required to have a number of participants. Okay? And besides, it's also very challenging to gather many participants for an FGD. Anyway, so as far as the research instrument is concerned, we're proudly saying that it's a researcher-made interview guide that they did. Of course, it was validated by professionals. I think it was by me. Anyway, and discussion guide that were grounded and of course commented on by the panel member of the thesis. Grounded on the thematic analysis, okay, basing on Braun and Clark. Okay? So in conducting the study, the researchers held an online pre-movie screening interview and an in-person focus group discussion and also an online post-movie screening interview. So I think that was rigorous enough. And again, for the treatment of data, it employed thematic analysis. Let's proceed now to the findings of the study. Now, in the selected Filipino political films based on techniques of birdshot and Dekada 70, the film techniques are used to critically, so how were these techniques used? They were used to critically demonstrate and expose political injustices and systematic failures. So again, that's according to the responses or the discussions of the participants. These film techniques allow Filipino political films to influence Cebuanos' political awareness by presenting the unfiltered truths in the political landscape and hence fostered imperative contemplation. Now, Filipino in sub-problem number 2, okay, as a summary, Filipino political films influence Filipino political ideology. So it has a role. Media has a powerful role in influencing our ideologies. And it was found out in the study. By deepening and strengthening the audience's understanding of governance and political issues through authentic narratives and purposeful techniques. While the respondents may retain their core political ideologies, Filipinos' political films like Birdshot and Dekada 70 encouraged critical thinking, fostering reflection and greater political consciousness and awareness. So some of them did not really change their political ideologies after that, but it somehow led them to a level of awareness and consciousness on some political issues that the country is facing, right? To conclude, film techniques are significant elements in Filipino political films, and this may be utilized to influence political ideologies of Cebuanos. And Filipino political films can reinforce Cebuanos' ideologies and broaden perspectives through authentic narratives and techniques. The researchers are recommending the following: that academic institutions should integrate Filipino political films into the curriculum, okay, and history curricula, and encourage political awareness and critical thinking among Cebuano students. And I believe not just among Cebuano students, but in the country in general. Future researchers should also further explore, or can further explore, how Filipino political films influence in shaping political ideologies and resonate with the Cebuano socio-political groups to deepen understanding and knowledge of film and politics. The general public should or may,
the general public should be encouraged to watch Filipino political films, or maybe again, not just in the general public, but in schools, for example, prioritize showing political films to further broaden the discourses of politics in the Philippines and governance in the Philippines, and to understand the nation's socio-political history and cultural identity. I just realized as I'm presenting this, I'm quite passionate now. Okay, because I think my students here know my political stances, and I keep on sharing my political stances, all right, especially with the co-majors, leading to a well-informed evaluation and significant decision-making on contemporary issues. I think, yes, we end here for an analytical study on Filipino political films' influence in shaping political ideologies of Cebuanos. And thank you, Teresa and Emily, on their behalf.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ano. The study truly proves that the media we consume is not merely for entertainment, but it can be used to convey a message and ultimately influence the mass, especially in politics. Our next paper takes a closer look at the phenomenon widely known as cancel culture and how it unfolds among Filipino public figures online. Presenting the study entitled Modern Day Guillotine, an analysis on the process of cancel culture among Filipino public figures in social media by Ernest Gutierrez and Jelone Villena.
Ernest Gutierrez is currently working as a digital marketing officer at Island Souvenirs, while Jelone Villena is currently pursuing his passion in the culinary field and is applying to a culinary school. Let us now welcome Mr. Ernest Gutierrez and Mr. Jelone Villena. Please give them a warm round of applause.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ernest Jan Gutierrez. This is
Jelone Villena.
Yes, Chef. So our paper is Modern Day Guillotine, an analysis on the process of cancel culture among Filipino public figures on social media. So, yes, next slide, please.
So cancel culture is a term popular culture has come up with the modernization of social justice. Some people view it as a way to hold a person or group accountable. Others see it as a judgment of one's character, even the practice of censoring people whose opinions they disagree with. So, from my understanding of cancel culture, it's basically calling someone out or making sure that they're held accountable for. So, it either ends up two of those ways. So, it is well known that celebrities can influence the mass public, helping to shape behaviors and attitudes. So, basically, these public figures or these celebrities, they actually help give a stand, since there's such thing as bandwagon where everybody joins, such as Michael Jackson, and they actually can influence a decision that a certain person can make. So since everything's online nowadays, people can take advantage of these technologies to keep in contact as long distances that were otherwise impossible or difficult in the past, breaking down barriers of time and distance. So back in our days, we didn't have these fancy gadgets. Back in our parents' days, sorry. So, back in our days, we actually had dial-up VPN. So, instead of internet, we had to make sure that the internet connection loaded up before we could actually connect with someone. So, the ability to be constantly active in digital space can result in individuals creating and joining digital communities where people can interact and create connections. So, example of these are the YouTube comment sections or subreddits. Canceling seems to have gotten its first big boost in zeitgeist for episode VH1's reality show, Love and Hip Hop, in New York, that aired in December 2014, which cast member Cisco Rosado tells his love interest Lemon Strawberry during a fight, you're canceled. So, in that show, that's where it says that cancel cultures actually started. So, since that's what the research says, so without an individual to cancel culture simply cannot exist, since the whole idea of concept of this is to call out an individual for something they have done for. So basically, for cancel culture to happen, there should be someone being held accountable for or someone being called out. Statement of the problem. So problem one, what stages of the pilot communication model by Haskell are experienced by the selected Filipino public figures in the cases of reveal of catalyst, discussion of catalyst, and declaration of cancellation? So in the reveal of catalyst, we find we find out what happens. In the discussion, we discuss how are they being canceled, and in the declaration of cancellation, it's the point where they say that this person is canceled. Problem 2, what strategies are evident in the outcomes of the cancellation based on the support of the cancellation stage in Haskell's model? So in grieving, stage 1 grieving, is where people actually say that, oh no, this guy is not going good. And navigation, they're actually trying to convince themselves if they should cancel this person or not. And in work canceled, it's where the cancellation process affects the nature of the work of the person involved. Problem 3, what perspective is experienced by the Filipino public figures based on the critical culture manifestations as discussed by Burma? So in canceling threats to norms, this is a cancellation process wherein someone is being canceled because they're doing something that's not normal. And canceling abnormal norms, it's a practice that's not widely practiced, but that's not good at all. And canceling just because is because they're canceling someone just because they don't like them or something like that.
Okay, so thank you for that, Jalon. So based on what Jalon talked about, you probably have an idea on what cancel culture is and the frameworks that we heavily based our study on. So these are the two main frameworks that we, again, based our study on. So the first is Haskell's pilot communication model. So as you can see here, it's an entire process. But it's important to note that in our case, in our study, we only studied instances where the cancellation was successful. So for this, we only focused on the first 3 steps, which is the reveal of catalyst, discussion, and declaration, and then the support of the cancellation. We did not study further the resistance or the response of the cancellee, as because we only studied instances where the cancellation was successful and was evident. So Jalon already went over everything for the reveal, which is the start of the cancellation, discussion of catalyst, where users online or those participating in the cancellation are discussing whether or not the catalyst is worth canceling the cancellee over. And the declaration of cancellation, pretty self-explanatory, cancellee is getting canceled. And then support of the cancellation, which branches over to 3 strategies, which is the grieving, negotiation, navigation, and work canceled, which Jalon already explained. And then the second framework is cancel culture manifestation by Burma, canceling threat to norms. As Jalon mentioned, it is where an action or a statement goes against a pre-established norm. An example of this is maybe sexual harassment, like that. That's already a pre-established norm where sexual harassment is bad. So if someone does something like that, users online will utilize cancel culture to battle that threat to that norm of sexual harassment bad. And then canceling abnormal norms, which also is applicable to that sexual harassment example, because it is an abnormal norm that does not need to be normalized, which in users online will then utilize cancel culture to battle that abnormal norm. And canceling just because, this is unique in a sense that this manifestation will depend whether or not the first 2 is applicable or not. Because if those 2 are not applicable, then canceling just because will be used as the identification of the manifested cancel culture.
So in our methodology, our research respondents were 12 public figures. We had to establish that they were Filipino, known by the public, they were canceled, and they have an established following. So in the research environment, we used Facebook and Twitter, which is now called X, since these are the platforms where users are engaged more often.
Due to their high instance of digital media participation.
So our research environment, actually we just used our laptops, and we had to make sure that we had a secure connection, and everything was stored online, on a drive, on an USB drive. We had to have multiple copies since we didn't know what would happen next.
Yeah. And then one thing to note is that in our study, we did not have live respondents. We purely did this online. We just analyzed the data that we found online. And yeah, compared to the other studies presented here, probably, we did not have live participants or respondents.
Okay. So in order to gather the data, we had to make sure that when we were looking for online, there were we filtered the data with words such as canceled, no more, and stop and boycott. So these words actually relate to cancel culture since some people say cancel this guy, no more of this guy, end this guy, stop this guy, boycott this guy, things like that. So in the treatment of data, in grieving, wherein social media show their disappointment in the role, the cancel, I think I've gone over that. So once the evidences of cancellation were found, the current researcher identified which cancel culture manifestations were being manifested, such as the canceling threats to norms, abnormal norms, and canceling just because.
Yeah. So in the two frameworks that we use, the pilot model and then the manifestations, an easier way to understand it is that the pilot communication model is how the person is getting canceled, while the manifestation is why the person is getting canceled. So yeah. So in a summary of our findings, all four stages of Haskell's model are present and evident, and this is an important finding for us because, to give you context, the pilot communication model, which we based our study on, the study by Haskell herself, she did it on a Western celebrity. So specifically, si Kevin Spacey. Yeah, Kevin Spacey. So Haskell did the study on Kevin Spacey, so a Western foreign celebrity. And it's important to us because our study uses these frameworks to see if the study themselves is applicable in a Filipino setting, specifically the 12 Filipino public figures that we analyzed. So again, all four stages are present, and furthermore, the strategies in this framework were present in each of the 12 analyzed cancellations, with at least one or more strategies evident in each cancellation. Again, the strategies were grieving, negotiation, navigation, and were canceled.
So basically, one of our examples was Sandra Ford. So everything started when Sandra Ford's ex-girlfriend, Isa Cabrejas, posted something online that, dude, what you're doing is wrong. You said you changed, and just because you're a boyfriend, you can't do this to me. So after that, Sandra Ford basically outed himself as LGBT. Then he ended up getting arrested. So there are others who hated him for his face. There were others that hated him for his face again. And there are others that are actually trying to justify him, saying that there's a she said, he said, they said, whatever he said. And after that, there's someone actually just saying that there's something wrong with him. So we manifested this as canceling abnormal norms, since rape actually ends up as an abnormal norm, which becomes a practice because there are others who actually do it and think they justify themselves that it's a good practice. Such as, according to Rain, when one decides to look up rape and abuse, there's a term for its practice called rape culture.
So we discussed about the summary findings for the pilot model. For the cancel culture manifestation, we found out that each cancellation had a distinct manifestation according to each of their unique cancellation process. So in each of the cancellation, we were able to identify if the cancellation or the manifestation was canceling threats to norms, canceling abnormal norms, or canceling just because. So can you go to the Coco Martin? Yeah. So in the case of Coco Martin, reveal of the catalyst, it was announced by them or confirmed by them that they were in a 12-year relationship. Discussion of catalyst, users online were able to do the math that, she was underage when they started dating. And then declaration of cancellation, he got canceled online. And then support of the cancellation, there were other instances where they were negotiating and then navigating how they were going to go upon Coco Martin's content, because some people enjoy his shows, his movies, but don't actually support him directly. So that's where they were like negotiating or navigating how they would go upon the cancellation. So conclusions. So all public figures underwent all stages of the pilot communication model. We discussed that already, and it's important because, again, a Western study being applicable in a local study is what we were going for. And then a second conclusion is that the work cancel strategy does not apply to a majority of the studies we did actually, or we analyzed. Like only 2 out of the 12 public figures were underwent the cancel strategy. So we came up to the conclusion that it's difficult for a Filipino public figure to remain canceled because even though that they were getting canceled, they're still able to find work still. And then last conclusion is that Filipino social media users online are critical in their decision to cancel a public figure online. We reached this conclusion because a majority of the cancellations were done to battle disruption of universal norms because majority of the analyzed public figures, the manifestations came upon that they were not canceled just because they were canceled because they were a threat to norms or they did abnormal norms.
So we recommend that public figures and create. Oh, we don't need.
So, so we did not edit this. Anyway, so we only recommend that, as mentioned in the pilot Haskell study or the model, that we only went in the instances where cancellations were successful. So we recommend to future researchers that will delve deep into this topic to also go over the other potential branches, which were the resistance of cancellation, and then the response of the cancelee themselves. And then you want to add anything?
I actually recommend that this study be furthered since there's actually more going on than we actually know, and we don't know if somebody's cancelled or not unless we delve deep into their lives or check out their actions, their day-to-day, the timeline of their everything. And we also want everyone to be careful of what they do on social media since we don't know what's going to happen, since it can actually happen to anyone.
So that's it for our study. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gutierrez and Mr. Villena, for the very timely discussion about cancel culture. And thank you to all of our presenters for those insightful discussions.
We will now open the floor for the question and answer portion for the first three research presentations. We kindly ask that questions be brief, clear, and respectful, and that you indicate which paper your question is directed to.
If you would like to ask a question, please raise your hand, and our facilitators will assist you with the microphone.
So while they're setting up, we kindly ask everyone to refrain from using their phones while the program is ongoing. Otherwise, you may not receive your points. Please also refrain from going in and out of the theater during the program. If you need to use the restroom, please follow the exit signs. Thank you.
Again, if you would like to ask a question, please raise your hand, and our facilitators will assist you with the microphone. Thank you. So do we have any questions? Okay, we have one from the right side facing the stage.
Hello, my question is directed, I actually have two questions. My first question is directed to Ms. Chat. So, do we know more about the demographic profile of the participants of that study? Because it may be possible that, like for example, Gen Z or like the older generation may have different views on that certain kind of film.
Yeah, if I may remember it correctly, I think the ages were 25 to 35, that bracket, 25 to 40, somewhere there.
Okay, that's all.
So as far as age is concerned. And the participants were all professionals, meaning they have graduated, finished a program in college. Demographics, yes, I think those were the important details.
And as for my second question, this goes to our third study. Sorry, but yeah, I was wondering, among those, you mentioned that there were 2 out of 12 that were work canceled. So among those that were not work canceled, were most of them politicians or were they just celebrities? Because it could be possible that those politicians maybe not were cancelled as well because they were like the powers that be. They have much higher power than those in celebrities, but of course, maybe celebrities.
Actually, in the 12 public figures that we analyzed, we did not have politicians in
So mostly
the 12. Yes, celebrities, influencers. This is because we came to the conclusion that politicians, especially during the time that we did the study, politicians were not, Filipino politicians were not that active online, especially in the platforms that we analyzed, which was X and Facebook. So all of them were like public figures or not public figures, celebrities or influencers. Yes.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
We have another question.
So my question is for the third presenters. So you brought up in your study that it was in relation to cancel culture towards celebrities. Would you say that, given that you mentioned the work cancel strategy, given that you mentioned the work cancel strategy, would you believe that there would be a similar outcome to those who were canceled but were not celebrities or public figures at all?
In our study, we had to reach a certain demographic profile, but regarding to your question, I believe that there are others without actual followers, but they actually boom because of the statements they post online. They can actually end up being canceled, so without even becoming famous, you end up becoming famous just because you got canceled.
Okay, thank you.
We have another question.
I don't know if this is quite. This is in regards to the. Oh, why are you looking at me? Anyways, this is for the third presenter or for the third research. Since you're considering for the influencers, have you also considered content creators on the, on the adult scene? Because those do have large bases also, and secondly, they do content for their living, and third, they get to be exposed to all harmful, top plays. But I'm just considering this, so yes.
Yeah, we did not consider that at all, the adult celebrities or adult influencers, because it's not good for a paper. It's R18, I guess. But that is a good, I would say that's a good study to like analyze, a future study to analyze like solely adult content creators or adult celebrities, because well, we do agree they can get traction with what they say online, and they have a huge following which fits the criterias. We just don't know if they're Filipino, I guess.
To add to that, regarding those adult content creators, it's if you've noticed, they actually have a great following. Even if you try to cancel them, there are still people who tend to subscribe to their content.
Do we have another question from the audience? Okay, sorry.
This is about the third paper, the cancel culture one. So I've been meaning to ask, could the topics involved in it also be used as a springboard for analyzing other, phenomena on social media, especially in online spaces about groups of people who are also highly devoted to certain media, because someone who's personally been or seen examples of these spaces, I think it would be also interesting to analyze them with the same lens that was taken in that used in the third paper, because I think it would also help to have a nuanced understanding of how these online spaces work and affect the way that certain groups think, and how it's also tied into cancel culture and discourse in general online as well.
I actually agree with that since in our study, cancel culture is defined as calling out someone or holding them accountable, but at some point in the discourse, it could actually lead to something else, right? Such as at Marlos, they were just bullying him for how he looked and what he did, rather than developing the cancellation. They just started hating him at the start.
And another thing to keep in mind is that cancel culture itself, if you think about it, it's like online communication. It's not, yeah, it's online communication. So in a digital space. So that's a good idea to, again, springboard the topic into another thing that's digitally, or like that's online.
Thank you for the response.
I believe we have another question from the upper box.
Hi, good morning. This question is for the first presenters. So I wanted to ask what were the challenges upon making the research paper, and second, why Facebook was the only platform that was utilized for the study? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I would like to answer the second question first, why we chose Facebook. I'm sure a lot of us know that Filipinos is, or are, sorry, oh my gosh, object verb agreement. But Filipinos are the top users of Facebook in the world. And aside from that, again, because of that, there is a very good presence of a lot of LGUs, not just in Mandaue City, on Facebook. And to answer your second question, what are the challenges? I think the first challenge, off the top of my head, is that we chose 10 episodes in the span of 6 months. It should be more, but we... that was also, why 6 months? That was also according to the advice of our advisor, Dr. Terrano. We were only able to get 10 episodes because that is all the Mandaue City PIO, that were the episodes that Mandaue City PIO produced in that span of time. So, yes. So that's also within the time frame of our research. So, do you want to add?
Would also like to add why Facebook. Mandaue City PIO also only used Facebook as their platform for their content and news segments as well. They didn't have Instagram or X or Threads. The Threads didn't also exist at the time yet. But yeah, and also aside from all the social media platforms, they chose Facebook. Mandaue City PIO chose Facebook because their audience is there. Mandaue City residents are more present and online on Facebook. So that's it. Thank you.
I believe we have another question from the upper box still.
Yes, this question is directed to Ms. Chat for the second study.
Hello, Teresa. Hello, Emily.
Kanang kwan, Miss. The movies Birdshot are set in rural Isabela, and Dekada 70 follows a Metro Manila family. So how do these movies that aren't set in Cebu, how do they encourage Cebuano political awareness, specifically Cebuano political awareness as the study states when they are not set in Cebu?
Yeah, the setting of the movies was not considered as one of the factors that might affect the influence of these political films, primarily because it is understood that those very popular films were also shown even in Cebu. So we did not consider that as a factor that might affect the message of the film, hence will also influence in some ways the thinking of the Cebuano people. So there was no direct link with the settings of the film. So the films, if I may still remember their study, the films were chosen based on their popularity, based on, of course, the relevance of the message to the political situations in the country. And yeah, I think based on popularity, because they were viewed by a number of audiences in the Philippines. So the settings were, yeah. We don't see that as something that will directly affect the influence of the film.
Thank you, Miss.
Okay, ngun ako di ko ka-answer. Okay, sorry. Ka-answer na day.
We have one more question from the upper box still.
Hello, good morning. This is for the first presenters as well. I'm sorry if you explained this already, but I wanted to ask about the demographic, the participants in your study, and how did it impact the viewing of the two movies? Like, if you notice there was a difference between their answers, between if they're younger, older, or their gender.
I think, again, there was, whether you are a Gen Z or whether you're a millennial watching the movie, probably that's also one of the limitations of the study. Every study has a limitation. The researchers did not explore more on that, like how the Gen Zs differ from the millennials. So the researchers were just relying on the common themes that were answered, or the common answers rather, that came out during the focus group discussions. And yeah, surprisingly, they were able to arrive at a particular saturation wherein these are the common answers, whether you're from Gen Z or you're from millennial as a viewer. I don't think also that the generation was a direct influence to the study. Although most of them are more or less within the same age group. And of course, all of them should have watched those films. I hope that satisfied the question.
More questions, guys? Oh, there.
Okay.
Good morning. This is directed to the first presenter. I really love your study because it also relates to my current work, which is in the government. So in regards to that, I would just like to ask, how would you do your study differently if you would to do it currently right now? That's all.
Thank you for that question. If we were to do it differently, actually, Mandawi City PIO, the page that we used during our study that time, it's already, it's not active anymore because that was from the previous administration of the LGU. And now, they have a new Facebook page, Mandawi City Public Affairs Office. So I think it would be, I would recommend diving into their content as well because they also stopped using Mandawi Weekly News. They have a new approach due to the new administration, the new planning of their new team as well. So I think it would also be a great study to also assess or also dive into their content as well.
Thank you. So to add to what Rosemary said, since the page the page that we used for our study isn't active anymore because the new administration has their own. I would also, if we were to do this today, aside from what Rosemary said, I would expand. I mean, I believe that the 6 months and the 10 episodes were enough to arrive at the conclusion that we currently have. But if we were to do it today, I would probably expand more and push for a year siguro. So, thank you. Yeah, longer.
I believe we have one more question.
Good morning. This question is addressed for the first presenter. Since you've mentioned that there are 10 episodes and then it's about the news stories, right? So may I know what kind of news were presented based on the episodes? Is it based on announcements, or is it based on how do you call this, ordinances from the city council, or even the mayor being exposed outside? So may I know the 10 kinds of episodes and the kind of news that they presented?
Thank you. Thank you so much for that question. So the news items that were presented in the Mandawi Weekly News were announcements, improvements in the city, and they followed the standard inverted pyramid for each of the news items. And then at the end of the episode, or at the end of each news story, that is why for our second SOP, which the kind of content produced, the most common is game framing, which is that they frame the news items they follow the standard inverted pyramid, and then at the end of that was, I don't know how I can say it without being but at the end of that, exposure of the mayor. So, yeah.
To also add, most of their news items are more on the, like what Denise said, ordinances as well. They also include ordinances. They also include events initiated by the LGU, such as their fiesta and all, and improvements as well, and partnerships with their stakeholders. But at the, like what Denise also mentioned, at the overall message is just to make the political figure good, or the image of the political figure. So, thank you.
I believe that wraps up that wraps up our Q&A session. Thank you so much for the very insightful questions and responses.
Let us once again give our presenters a round of applause for their research and discussions. Thank you so much.
We have now reached the end of the first set of presentations. At this point, we will be having a 20-minute health break. We kindly ask everyone to please return to the SAFAD Theatre by 9:50 a.m. as we will promptly resume the program.
Once again, that is a 20-minute health break. Thank you and enjoy the break.
Please proceed outside for the giving of snacks. Thank you.
Strictly no food and drinks allowed inside the theater. If you wish to eat, kindly do so outside. Thank you. Miss Christie, please proceed to the stage for the photo opportunity.
May we call on the photographers to come up near the stage. Again, may we request the photographers to come up in front of the stage.
Photographers. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3, smile. Walking. no food and drinks allowed inside the theater. If you wish to eat, kindly do so outside. Thank you. The program is ongoing, otherwise you may not receive your points. Please also refrain from going in and out of the theater during the program. If you need to use the restroom, please follow the exit signs.
Again, may we kindly invite everyone to start settling down as we will begin our program shortly.
May we also kindly remind the year representatives to please monitor the attendance of your classmates. Thank you.
Again, we kindly invite everyone to start settling down as we will begin our program shortly.
Reminders for everyone, please refrain from using your phones while the program is ongoing. Otherwise, you may not receive your points. Please also refrain from going in and out of the theater during the program. If you need to use the restroom, please follow the exit signs. Thank you.
Good morning once again, community.
To officially resume our program, let us have an intermission number. Please welcome Ms. Gavin Rain Eridiano. A round of applause, please. Kindly bear with us for a moment as we address a brief technical concern. Thank you for your patience.
And we hope everyone was listening to the discussions of the 3 research papers earlier discussed, because there will be trivia this afternoon and winners will receive prizes.
Again, kindly bear with us for a moment as we address a brief technical concern. Thank you for your patience. May we also kindly remind the year representatives to please monitor the attendance of your classmates. Thank you.
Again, we kindly ask everyone to refrain from using their phones while the program is ongoing. Otherwise, you may not receive your points. Again, We kindly ask everyone to refrain from using their phones while the program is ongoing. Otherwise, you may not receive your points. Please also refrain from going in and out of the theater during the program. If you need to use the restroom, please follow the exit signs. Again, we hope you are listening you were listening sa mga discussions earlier, because later in the afternoon there will be trivia questions and winners will receive prizes.
Hello. Hello everyone. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Hopefully maka-wait room. Sorry. Sige. Ano lang, energy check na lang di ay. Kumingon kog hep-hep, you say? Again, kay murag medyo low bat pa guys. Sige more. Hep-hep! Hooray! Hep-hep! Hooray! Okay, anak siya guys. Huh? Hep hep! Yay. Very good.
Reminding everyone, strictly no food and drinks allowed inside the theater. If you wish to eat, kindly do so outside. And if you have food with you or drinks with you on hand, please keep them in your bags while inside the theater.
Let's give it up for Gavin Rain Herediano.
Some people live for the fortune. Some people live just for the fame. Some people live for the power. Yeah. Some people live just to play the game. Some people think that the physical things define what's within, and I've been there before, but that life's a bore, so full of the superficial. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you. Yeah. Some people search for a fountain that promises forever young. Some people need 3 dozen roses, yes, and that's the only way to prove you love them. Hand me the world on a silver
better? And what good would it be with no one to share, with no one who truly cares for me? Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you, you. Some people want it all, I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, and some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you. Said I ain't got you with me, baby. Ooh, said nothing in this whole wide world doesn't mean a thing if I ain't got you with me, baby.
Thank you very much for that, Gavin. So we now proceed with the second set of research presentations. Presenting the research entitled Counterplay, the Struggles and Strategies of Challenging Misogyny in Online In-Game Communication by Ms. Isha Therese Herman. Ms. Isha graduated in 2025 and is currently working as a marketing and graphic designer. Ladies and gentlemen, please help us welcome Ms. Isha Therese Herman.
Sorry. So, hello everyone. I would like to start my study by saying Happy Women's Month. Okay, so my study is entitled Counterplay, the Struggles and Strategies of Challenging Misogyny in Online In-Game Communication. So basically, it's a study on analyzing the struggles and strategies of Filipino female gamers when fighting back against misogynistic in-game communication in Valorant and Mobile Legends. So, yeah, by the way, I'm Isha Therese Herman. My co-authors are Dr. Jose Leonor Magno Mendoza and Dr. Mary Ann Malimas. So next slide, please. For the brief background, with the evolution of the Philippine gaming culture, video games have shifted from traditional single-player experiences to dynamic, socially interactive spaces, and in the Philippines especially, this is led by the immense popularity of Mobile Legends and Valorant, which thrive on real-time communication and community building. So I'm pretty sure you guys are familiar with these games because not only do statistics show, I'm pretty sure that I have played with some of you guys here already. So in the Philippines, this is led, So let's go to the gender issue. Despite the stereotype that gaming is a male-dominated hobby, it is actually the Philippines which is like the leading in terms of the number of female gamers in Southeast Asia. The numbers for that is actually like 63% based on a recent study. However, even with these numbers, these players frequently encounter a hostile environment. Misogyny in these spaces are often normalized due to ingrained cultural norms and player anonymity. With that, female gamers have developed diverse strategies to reclaim their space, ranging from technical avoidance like muting or blocking, to direct confrontation, and the creation of dedicated, supported communities. Social media advocacy and content creators also play a vital role in challenging these toxic cycles. So this is the brief background. Next slide, please. So while existing literature extensively documents the prevalence of these types of harassment, there is a gap regarding how women actively fight back. This study explores the communication behaviors and coping strategies of Filipino female gamers as they navigate and challenge misogyny within the context of ML and Valorant specifically. So next slide, please. I'm just going to read the statement of the problem. So the purpose of the study was to analyze the communication behaviors of female gamers in dealing with misogynistic communication in online multiplayer gaming spaces within the Philippine context, specifically Valorant and Mobile Legends. This study also aimed to study the efforts of these gamers who actively challenge and respond to misogynistic communication behaviors. Particularly, it sought to answer the following questions. So how do female gamers communicate in-game with fellow female gamers or male gamers? And 2, using Noel Newman's theory, spiral of silence, like the spiral of silence theory, what factors contribute to the struggles and suppression of views and opinions of female gamers about their experiences with misogyny in online gaming spaces, considering perceptions of majority opinion, fear of social isolation, and influence of in-game communication dynamics. And for my next sub-problem, using Touchfeld and Turner's social identity theory, what strategies do female gamers employ to challenge misogyny in online gaming spaces? Focusing on in-group versus out-group dynamics, collective identity versus and activism, and community support mechanisms. So next slide, please. These are the framework of the studies that I have used because I believe that these were like the most relevant in terms of like studying this kind of topic. So first we have the spiral of silence theory by Noel Newman back in 1974. It's basically summarized as the fear of social isolation suppresses opinions that aren't the same as the majority. Individuals hesitate to voice unpopular views in social settings. Silent majority develops due to perceived dominance of opinions, and media plays a critical role in amplifying perceived majority views. Next, we have the social identity theory by Tajfel and Turner back in 1979. So group membership shapes self-concept and behavior. In-groups foster belonging but often exclude out-groups. Bias and competition arise between us, in-groups, versus them, out-group. And individuals look for positive group identities to boost self-esteem. I'm pretty sure these are like self-explanatory, and you can see how you can like use this to study misogyny in online in-game communications. Next slide, please. There were a lot of related literature, but I'm just gonna highlight these. No particular reason, they are just very like similar. So, understanding toxicity in online gaming, a focus on communication-based behaviors towards female players in Valorant by Maharani et al. And then we have, for the spiral of silence theory, I just wanted to like spotlight the breaking of spiral of silence, news and social media dynamics on sexual abuse scandals in the Japanese entertainment industry by Tanihara et al. And then we have I Can Defend Myself, Women's Strategies for Coping with Harassment While Gaming Online by Code in 2017. So there were really a lot, but like, yeah. So for the methodology, the research environment was held on a virtual conferencing platform, specifically Google Meet or Discord. This was for convenience and familiarity. So research participants included Filipino female gamers at least 18 years old up to 60 years old who regularly played these games. So we kind of had to have a criteria so that we can know like the scope. Participants were considered regular players if they played Valorant or Mobile Legends at least 5 times per week with a minimum of 3 hours per day, and have been playing these games for a minimum of 6 months. So if you think these numbers are like big already, then there are actually more people who play way more. So anyway, going back, Research instruments. Since the researcher chose to conduct a focus group discussion for this qualitative study, a researcher-made interview guide was used with open-ended questions to facilitate or gather more insights from the participants. So next slide, please. So gathering of data. Participants were recruited through online platforms with focus group discussions divided by game type for a secure and comfortable sharing environment. Sessions took place on platforms like Google Meet or Discord, lasting about 60 to 90 minutes, ensuring thorough and meaningful insights. And then the treatment underwent thematic analysis to explore recurring themes and behaviors. So yeah, each sub-problem was analyzed thematically and categorized with coding sheets to guide the researcher. Next, I'll talk about the results. So for the first sub-problem, the study revealed that female gamers communicate more openly and warmly towards, like, when interacting with other female gamers. In contrast, communication with male gamers is often restrained, cautious, or altogether avoided due to fear of receiving unsolicited comments, being underestimated, or harassed. I'd like to add something that I didn't put in the slide, which is they also mentioned about how other women can also exhibit similar toxicity towards fellow women, but it's really a case-to-case basis, and again, I would say that it is influenced primarily through the social identity theory. But like, next slide, please. So struggles that female gamers face. So firstly, the perception that majority of players either tolerate or dismiss misogyny as a norm discourages them from speaking out. Second, there is a fear of social isolation or retaliation from male peers, teammates, or society as a whole if they confront toxic behavior. Lastly, the dynamics of in-game communication, like how fast-paced, competitive, and often anonymous, make it difficult for female players to feel heard or supported when addressing such issues. While muting and blocking and reporting act as quick band-aid solutions, it does not solve the bigger problem and is ineffective at minimizing the chances of experiencing misogyny again. And yeah, these are the tables that show their results. And then for the third sub-problem, strategies that female gamers use. Creating more in-groups like female parties, all-female parties, or safe communities where they can feel more relaxed and play the games without fear or pressure. Some participants actively engage in smaller forms of activism, such as supporting other female players in matches, posting about negative experience to spread awareness, or calling out inappropriate behavior when it's safe to do so. It is considered a strategy to remain silent in-game, as doing so can prevent unnecessary discrimination or harassment from male gamers. This does not stop a lot of female gamers from fighting back, however, in the game, such as equally using the same hostility or toxicity in hopes to assert space in-game. Additionally, community support mechanisms like private Discord servers or inclusive gaming groups play a vital role in helping female gamers cope with and resist with discrimination, creating safer virtual spaces where they feel validated and encouraged. I'd like to share a little bit more about this. It was actually really interesting for me because I already had like this answer in mind that I wanted to prove right by conducting this study. However, a lot of the participants shared, I mean, not a lot actually, quite a handful or something, they shared that they would actually fight back. Like with the same hostility, they would like reflect the treatment, which is interesting because me personally, I could never have the courage to do that, quote unquote, choose your battles type of thing. But yeah, so let's proceed to the conclusion. Female gamers communicate in a friendlier way towards other women due to shared comfort or safety, while remaining cautious and wary when interacting with male gamers due to stereotypes or past negative experiences. So if certain male gamers have stereotypes towards women, female gamers also have stereotypes towards male gamers that they may be toxic. So next, discrimination, verbal abuse, and sexualization are so normalized in gaming that many female gamers choose to stay silent and choose their battles. Fighting back depends on the individual, but there is a collective hope that these dynamics will eventually change. And lastly, strategies exist, which include avoiding in-game communication overall, or using the mute, block, or report features, or playing with female-friendly communities for comfort, like with friends only or stuff. And then lastly, for the recommendations. One, consider studying misogyny in in-game communication, but in the perspective of male gamers. You can even like try with the LGBT community if they have any, like if the results may vary. So the second one is to try quantitative approach to support findings with measurable data. So quanti na siya. And then third is gaming communities should use this study as evidence or a call for action to protect female gamers because everyone deserves to enjoy playing games without the fear of being discriminated or harassed. So that's all for my study. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Herman, for the very timely topic for Women's Month. I know a lot of you guys can relate since a lot of you, especially I know you fourth years, play ML. Shout out fourth years. Our next research paper explores how communication and culture intersects with modern dating platforms, presenting the study entitled Swipe Right or Swipe Left, analyzing communication styles, motives, and Cebuano communication culture on Bumble by Beverly Concepcion Apuda and Ethan Daniel Dublin. One of the authors, Mr. Dublin, graduated in 2025 and is currently pursuing his master's degree in special education at the University of San Carlos. Let's now welcome Mr. Ethan Dublin. Please give him a round of applause.
Good morning. So before I start, I would like to apologize, no, because my slides are actually pretty bad. To be honest, si Beverly jud mo ang creative namong duha sa presentation, Ms. Chat can attest. So this is Swipe Right or Swipe Left, Analyzing Communication Styles, Motives, and Cebuano Communication Culture on Bumble, a paper that me, Beverly, and Dr. Chat wrote. Next slide, please. So this is the rationale. As dating apps like Bumble experience explosive growth in the Philippines, particularly in Cebu, there is a critical need to understand how local cultural nuances translate into digital spaces. So before I continue, some of you may ask, no na, why did Kuya Ethan choose choose Bumble over Tinder? Feel ko maas na unya. The reason why we chose Bumble over Tinder, considering that Tinder, is, as we all know, has a higher percentage of usage here in the Philippines, and bisag gawas, no, is because Bumble tends to attract users who are much more intentional as opposed to Tinder due to their better profiling and I'm not sure if it's a stereotype, but no. And the fact that women message first. So basically, among gipili ang Bumble kay mas tinuod siya kumpara sa Tinder, which has much more fake profiles. As may continue. This study investigates the communication culture of Cebuanos aged 20 to 30 by analyzing their assertive, aggressive, and passive communication styles through the lens of uses and gratifications theory. By focusing on the physical, social, and psychosocial motives behind these interactions, the research addresses a significant gap in localized digital discourse. Ultimately, this study aims to characterize how the unique traits of Cebuano interpersonal dynamics manifest in online dating, offering valuable insights for users seeking much more meaningful connections and for developers looking to tailor platforms to specific cultural contexts. Next slide, please. So guys, nagawas na pagkabati sa kung ano, PowerPoint. Di siya mabasa, pero sige na lang. Statement of the problem. I'm just gonna read this. The purpose of this study was to determine and analyze the communication styles of Cebuano participants on Bumble. Furthermore, this research aimed to analyze how the communication motives were reflected in their interactions. Specifically, it sought to answer these following questions. Number one, what communication styles were used by Cebuanos on Bumble based on the studies of Anderson and Martin, which is 1985, Ames and Flynn, 2007, Lange and Jakubowski, and Linvel et al. Number two, how were the communication motives based on the uses and gratifications theory, UGT, by Katz, Blumler, and Gurevich reflect in the wrong grammar, reflect na siya guys, sorry. Number three, which is down there, how was the Cebuano communication culture characterized in Bumble interactions using Hall's theory of cultural context? Next slide, please. The theoretical framework of this study integrates three distinct communication concepts to analyze the digital interactions of Cebuano Bumble users. First, the research utilizes communication frameworks established by Anderson and Martin, 1995. I'm just gonna skip, no? These, because like, kuha naman sa SOP. These theories provide the basis for evaluating whether user interactions are assertive, which is direct and respectful, aggressive, control-oriented, and confrontational, murag ka ng rar, mga nabitaw, eme. Or passive, submissive, and indirect. Secondly, the study applies the UGT developed by Katz, Blumler, and Gurevich. This theory operates on the premise that media consumers are active participants who choose specific platforms to satisfy their unique needs. In this context, the framework is used to examine how physical, social, and psychosocial gratifications motivate and are reflected in user interactions. Finally, the study employs Hall's theory of cultural context to characterize Cebuano communication culture. This framework allows the researchers to determine if these digital exchanges align with, first, low context communication, where meanings are stated directly through explicit language and focus on efficiency. High context communication, where meaning is embedded in the physical context or internalized in the individual, often relying on nonverbal cues and implicit understanding. Low context communication, in layman's terms, murag rar. Ang high context communication kay murag babebe kaayo. But anyways, by combining these theories, the framework provides a comprehensive lens to analyze how individual styles and motives characterize in the broader communication culture of Cebuanos in an online dating environment. Next slide, please. The rapid adoption of mobile dating apps in the Philippines, where over 56% of millennials, so na-appeal ko na, no, engage in online dating, has transformed social connectivity into a digital-first experience. Bumble, as I mentioned earlier, diba, stands out in the landscape by shifting traditional power dynamics, providing a unique environment to study how cultural backgrounds influence text-based personas. So, text-based personas, kay, if correct me if I'm wrong, pero Tinder, diba, kay laki mo'y kuan? Or pwede ang duha ka buok? O basta ka na. These behaviors are analyzed through the uses and gratifications theory, which posits that users actively select platforms to fulfill specific physical, social, and psychosocial needs. By bridging these communication styles with underlying motives, this study aims to define the unique characteristics of Cebuano communication culture within the evolving digital dating landscape. Next slide, please. Now, this is my, the studies, the related studies, which very useful actually. The following related studies were identified in the sources as providing foundational context for the research. The first is labor, and which found that dating app usage among Filipinos reached 71% by 2019, a trend driven by the high level of active social media engagement in the country. Actually, fun fact, after actually the 2019 era, in the pandemic era, it boomed a lot. If I'm correct, it's around 63% rise in terms of the dating app usage, considering that everyone was very lonely in the pandemic and wanted someone to talk to. Sumter et al. This research applied the uses and gratifications theory to emerging adults using Tinder, identifying 6 primary motives for app use: love, casual, ease of communication, self-worth validation, thrill of excitement, and trendiness. Next one, Low, Bolong, Wahid, and Wirza. A systematic literature review on online dating in Asia that highlighted a significant research gap regarding how specific demographics, such as Cebuanos, communicate on these platforms. Next is Buscalja. Actually, ako na siya one by one. No? I specifically... Or one na lang this. Sige. One na siya guys, kaya taking too much time. Next. Research design and environment. The study utilized a descriptive qualitative research method to provide in-depth examination of complexities through verbal analysis. This research was conducted entirely in an online environment, specifically using the location-based dating app Bumble. I forgot to place this, no, pero we submitted this through a G-form, and we analyzed from there. And of course, the standards were 20 to 30 years old. As you can see, they're active on Bumble for at least 3 years and provided one complete conversation from a single sitting that occurred within the last 2 months. Data collection and tools, again, Google Forms, and these interactions reflected the bilingual habits of the users, which primarily feature Cebuano, Bisaya, and English. Wala may Tagalog sa Cebuano. Treatment of data. In order to address the research questions, the study applied several theoretical lenses during the analysis. Communication styles in which they were categorized back to, and then, of course, the reliability. An expert iterator, in our case, it was Miss Chat who iterated for us to independently assess the analyzed data and improve the reliability of the findings. Next slide, please. Research ethics. The study adhered to strict ethical standards, including complying with the Data Privacy Act and obtaining both verbal and written electronic consent, identifying all collected data were permanently deleted from the researcher's storage accounts upon the completion of the study. Next slide, please. Communication styles, these are the results actually. The most dominant one was the assertive communication. It was the most prevalent style, since we all know that Cebuanos are very, very aggressive when it comes to speaking, no? Sorry guys, pero participants were characterized as direct, respectful, and confident in expressing their thoughts and feelings. Most of them actually used humor. Many of them used lighthearted banter to set clear boundaries while remaining engaging. So very relatable, you know. Next is aggressive communication, which appeared a bit less frequently and was often minimal. Now, we actually had a discussion on this, if you can actually categorize aggressive into assertive, since being assertive is also aggressive, diba? Kay mo direct man jud ka. But we found out that being aggressive is much more on the leaning part of being unmatched, as opposed to kanang binuang mo, murag match mo, trevalo, murag inana. But generally, they avoided hostility in order to maintain social harmony, while at the same time showing the other partner that they weren't really interested the moment that their conversations happened. Next is passive communication, which is very least used, we all know that. Now, this was the least utilized style. It was categorized by very minimal engagement, avoiding direct responses, or using humor to deflect questions rather than contributing to the conversation. And then communication motives. Social gratification was most prominent. I think most of us can relate to this, but the social gratification is the primary reason for all of us using Bumble. All of us go to Bumble in order to find social connections, friendships, networks, girlfriends, boyfriends, whatever that is. Sometimes even beyond your romantical and sexual goals, diba? A key finding was the frequent transition of conversations in other platforms like Facebook and Instagram to deepen social bonds. So we found out actually that there are some profiles in Bumble that have already Instagram usernames in them, so deepen bonds. Psychosocial gratification. It was a significant driver where users sought validation, reassurance, and emotional connection. Rapport was often established through shared interest in media such as K-dramas or movies. Yes, fun fact, guys. Physical gratification, which was least cited. While present, it was the least mentioned motive, and it manifested through compliments as physical appearance, such as nice smile and playful, flirtatious banter that I didn't place there for the sake of being R18. Next slide, please. Cebuano communication culture. So there is low context communication. So this is actually connected sa among SOP number 1, and as kay direct siya. This is the prevailing way Cebuanos usually communicate on the app. Conversations are direct, concise, and explicit. Modiretso sa ingon no nakuan na gwapa kay ka ganang ko magkailan nimo, may pamugawas ta madata cafe magstoryaanay ta. Mag-ana na bitaw that. And then high context communication, murag very minimal siya, murag one siya na hala murag nindot kaayo na mugawas ta, nindot kaayo sa kung mag-cafe no, murag ganahan kay ko ana, indirect kaayo as opposed to direct, diba? So you guys understand between low context and high context. Next slide, please. Summary of conclusions. Clarity over subtlety. They prioritize directness and engagement. And then beyond dating, Bumble functions as a versatile space for emotional support and social networking, not just romantic pursuits. Diba namin Bumble friends, Bumble business, and of course, digital efficiency, which encourages a low context style where explicit messaging is favored to ensure intentions are easily understood. Cultural evaluation. Digital platforms are actively shaping communication patterns and relationship building behaviors among Cebuano. Next slide, please. Conclusions. They prioritize clarity and engagement. The platform utilizes a much more multifaceted place. Dili lang romantic siya o panggawa sa inyong pagka-physical, pagka-inhit, pero pwede po siya sa business ninyo o sa friendships ninyo, no? Humor and playful teasing are very proactive now in conversation tools because I think everyone likes a funny person. Next, digital platforms are actively shaping the evolution of communication patterns. And of course, now, like, I didn't place this here, but we're gonna go back to the directness of Cebuanos in the conclusions. They're very direct. No? Well, even us researchers were surprised on how direct they were, which I think I can mention it to you later since the faculty won't watch. Recommendations. Cebuano communicators. There should be a greater awareness of cultural norms in digital spaces. Individuals seeking relationships. Users should practice emotional validation. Yes, very much. Dating app producers, developers should consider incorporating features that align with user intentions. And future researchers, further studies should explore the migrations of users to other social platforms, such as maybe you guys want to further your studies in Tinder, or sa pana dila litmatch, sa pana kanang hello talk. Pero yes, next slide please. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Kuya Ethan, for sharing such a valuable and insightful presentation about the different communication styles and even the Cebuano culture towards modern dating platforms like Bumble, as mentioned. Moving on to our final research presentation this morning, we turn our attention to the growing influence of social media personalities in shaping consumer behavior, presenting the research entitled From Yellow Basket to Place Order, TikTok Influencers, Communication Strategies, and Customers' Buying Decisions by Ms. Shinmi Durano and Rian Grace Gatuteo.
Rian Gatuteo graduated in 2025 and is currently working as an accounts manager in a digital transformation agency where she manages campaigns and Vismin-led projects.
Her co-author, Ms. Shin Durano, also graduated in 2025 and is currently working as a billing admin in a waste management corporation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Rian Grace Gatuteo. Let's give her a round of applause.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I hope you're all doing well. So this is my study, our study with Shinmi and Dr. Chat. So it's entitled From Yellow Basket to Place Order, Customers' Buying Decisions and TikTok Influencers' Communication Strategies. So in today's digital age, social media has changed not only how we communicate, but also how we buy or consume. Now, among these platforms, TikTok stands out as one of the most influential spaces shaping trends, opinions, and purchasing behavior, especially among younger audiences. And now, what makes TikTok unique is how entertainment and marketing are seamlessly blended through influencers, or KOLs, or what we call it. Now, these content creators do more than promote products. They build trust, relatability, and emotional connections with their audiences. And as a result, consumer buying decisions are no longer influenced solely by traditional advertisements, but by personalities and digital interactions. Now, our study seeks to understand how TikTok influencers affect consumers' buying decisions and what specific factors and communication strategies make them effective. Now, to better understand this, let us first look at the rationale of our study. So basically, our study focuses on how TikTok has become a very powerful marketing platform. Now, in the Philippines alone, there are 49.9 million users, and that's about 41% of the population. What's interesting is that 58% of the users discover new products on TikTok and 44% actually end up buying something other than scrolling. And also 45% of TikTok buyers are Gen Z, which shows how strong the buying power of young people is. Now, we have brands such as like Issy, Colorette, Sunny's, also Unilever products such as Pond's, Sunsilk, Dove, and even Hiraya Filipina are already using or have been long using influencers to promote their products because they know that influencers can really affect buying decisions. And what's interesting as well is it's not just big influencers or mega influencers. Even small creators can influence people. And that's why this study, we use three theories, which is the halo effect, which explains how an influencer's image or personality affects how we see a product. We also use the signaling theory, which looks at how price and the quality gives us clue about a product, and the elaboration likelihood model, which explains how people are persuaded either through detailed information or through emotions. So overall, our study wants to find out which influencer traits and communication styles are most effective in making people decide to buy on TikTok. So for our statement of the study, we aim to analyze the factors that affected the buying decisions of TikTok users and the strategies of TikTok influencers in communicating products with their audiences. So specifically, this study aimed to answer the following questions. What endorser factors influence people's buying decisions on TikTok based on Edward Thorndike's halo effect? And then for the second one, we have what other factors based on Michael Spence's signaling theory influence people's buying decisions on TikTok? And for the third one, we have what communication strategies do influencers use to persuade people to buy products on TikTok based on the elaboration likelihood model by Petty and Casciopo in 1980. So for theoretical framework, it's based on the three main ideas that I've just mentioned. So for the halo effect, this basically means that if we like an influencer because they're attractive or maybe friendly or have a cool personality, we are more likely to think positively about the products they promote. So, di ba na instances whenever we like an influencer or something, and say, sige mo, palit lang ko ani kay ganahan ko or something like that. And then for the second, which is the signaling theory, which gives us signals or clues an influencer gives us, like showing a product if it's like high quality or if it's barato ra in ana. So these signals help us decide if the product is trustworthy, especially if we're unsure. And then for the elaboration likelihood model, this explains two ways influencers persuade people. It's through the central route, which gives us detailed information about the product, so we think carefully before deciding. And the peripheral route, which they use emotions, style, or social proof, like showing lots of people like the product to influence us without thinking too hard. Now, putting all three together, this framework shows how influencer personality, product cues, and the way they communicate work together to affect what people buy on TikTok. Yes, so for our related studies, here are some key studies related to the research. So first, for the halo effect, as mentioned, di ba, when influencers show that they're kind, enthusiastic, or relatable, they also get to build trust and also influence other people. In a study by Gelati et al. In 2022 and Zhang et al. In 2024, we found out that when influencers showed authentic excitement and positive attitude, it significantly affected followers' buying decisions. And then for the signaling theory, a research by Rochman et al. In 2023 and Botsvadze in 2024, it showed that highlighting product features and quality strengthened trust even if viewers couldn't try the product themselves. And then also, TikTok Live also plays a role because in a study by Botanes et al. In 2024, we discovered that live streams created positive feelings like excitement and happiness, which often led to impulsive purchases, especially with discounts or freebies. Now, this is really kind of true in terms of, I think, our generation, because whenever there are like 12-12 or 11-11 or big sales, diba, there are a lot of TikTok Lives happening, and that's where we get boodled. So, yeah. For the elaboration likelihood model, so for the central route, storytelling and detailed product info encourage careful evaluation in a study by Emrich in 2023. And then for the peripheral route, we also have like likes, views, music, and influencer likability led to quick emotional decisions, where we found out in a study by Solomon et al. In 2019. So for the methodologies, we used a mixed method approach, combining numbers and stories to understand how TikTok influences buying decisions. So we had a survey for 30 TikTok users from Cebu, aged 18 to 30, have bought from TikTok before. And then also we had participants who were selected using purposive and snowball sampling, meaning we chose people who fit the criteria and and ask them to refer others also to us. And then we also use a researcher-made questionnaire with a 5-point Likert scale and open-ended questions to measure factors like influencer traits and product quality. And then for the third SOP, we analyzed 25 TikTok videos from 5 Filipino influencers focusing on how they communicate products using storytelling and personal interaction. So data were analyzed using mean, mode, and thematic content analysis to find patterns and common strategies, and also ethical standards were followed, and the data were kept confidential, and respondents received. Yes. So for the results and discussion, so basically, this study looked at what really makes people buy products on TikTok, and we found out that, as we can see, the quality of the product ranked number 1, and things like durability, usefulness, and effectiveness matter more than just how the influencer looks. Now that's why I'm highlighting how the influencer looks, because that's what made me and my thesis partner start this study, because we initially thought na if guwapa ang mo kanang promote, basin daghan sila budol na people. But turns out it still goes down to the quality of the product. And then, for the narrative and interpersonal strategies, we analyzed 25 videos from 5 TikTok influencers to see how they communicate about the products. And we found out that they use 2 main styles, which is giving detailed info showing how the product works. That's through the central route. And also, they use funny content, or they use emotional appeal through the peripheral route, which makes people also like their videos and maybe think about buying their products. Now, overall, our study shows that TikTok influencers are effective because they combine real product info with personal stories and emotional connection to persuade people to buy. So overall, among all the factors, the number 1 that ranked was really the quality of the product. So when people are buying, they really looked at how the influencer market the product on their content itself. So for the conclusions, next slide please. Okay, so when it comes to endorsers on TikTok, attractiveness is not the main reason people buy. Now, even though the halo effect says attractive people are often seen positively, the results show that attitude matters more than looks. And if an influencer is genuine, positive, and relatable, people are more likely to trust them and buy the product. For the second one, which is based on the signaling theory, the quality of the product is the most important factor in buying decisions, because when influencers clearly show how good the product is, they send strong signals that reduce doubt. And then also, syempre, price also matters, but quality has the strongest influence. And then for the third one, people are persuaded through the central route, which means that they prefer detailed explanations and logical reasoning. So when influencers give clear information and explain why a product works, audiences are more convinced to buy. So in short, the attitude, the product quality, and logical explanations influence buying decisions more than physical attractives alone. Now for the reco, it's mainly for TikTok influencers, or who wants to be TikTok influencers, because they could show that they should be genuine more and positive, and to just be who they are, because people go to influencers who they feel they can relate to. And then for the business and ad marketers, they should also know what or who influencers they deal with, so that it shows the brand values as well. And since TikTok is a powerful platform with short-form videos, companies should use it strategically to better connect with customers and increase sales. And then for future researchers, they can compare more about how influencer marketing works on different platforms, not only on TikTok. You can venture through Instagram as well, and even YouTube, which I'm not sure right now. So for the researchers, they can also study on how authentically they could go more on the different age groups, because for this we only did with 18 and 30. So yeah, in the end, no matter how attractive or persuasive an influencer is, the quality of the product remains the strongest factor in influencing buying decisions, because in the end, quality builds trust, and trust drives purchases. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gatiteo, for that wonderful discussion. We will now proceed to the second question and answer portion for the remaining research presentations.
We kindly remind everyone to keep their questions brief, clear, and respectful, and to indicate which paper your question is directed to.
Due to time constraints, we will be only accommodating 1 or 2 questions per paper only.
If you would like to ask a question, please raise your hand and our facilitators will assist you with the microphone.
Correction, we can facilitate more than 2 questions per paper. Thank you.
Each of the studies you heard this morning has undergone a careful screening process conducted by the communication faculty members. The papers were carefully selected based on several criteria, including their perceived impact on the larger community, timeliness and usefulness of the study, degree of difficulty in data gathering, technical skills demonstrated by the researchers, and their contribution to the discipline of communication. Let us now proceed to our question and answer portion.
I believe we have our first question.
Okay, hello. So I have this question directed to Ethan Dublin. So your entire study really discusses about communication culture, and I really want to ask this question. So Cebu is culturally predisposed towards conservative and Catholic values across different demographics, which really affects the predominant communication culture within the region. However, there has been a rise of interest in astrology and star signs in different age groups. And Bumble caters to this as well, since users can add their star sign and even use it as a significant advantage to get matches. Based on your study, is this clear and observable within the parameters your study has set in place?
You're basically asking me if star signs give advantage over the conservative views in Cebu. Is that?
Yeah, if that was clear
Is that-
during
yes,
your
yes, yes.
research.
Though we did not explicitly state, since considering that the only thing we focused on was mainly the communication styles. In our findings, we never actually found the concepts of star signs and astronomy in the data submitted sa Google Forms. Although that would be a great topic or a great continuation on what to study in, since as you stated, diba, it's a factual research that star signs. Actually, as a person who is also in social media, astronomy is actually a very big thing, especially for the alt people in Cebu. Especially for the alternative people in Cebu, diba? Yeah, so it would be a great study to continue on. But in our scope, it's not included since we only focus on how direct, on how passive, and on what intentions people are to be displaying in said platform.
Thank you.
Communication differences, in other words.
I believe we have another question here in the lower box.
Hi. Excuse me again. This is for the first paper. I really liked how in-depth it was about how female gamers deal with misogyny in the gaming spaces. I was curious, how exactly did you find the theoretical frameworks you used to act as the main part of the paper and all?
Hello? Yeah, thank you. For me, during that time, I simply just browsed through a bunch of theories and weighed which ones do I seem fit, because honestly during that time I think I had a different theory before I chose the spiral of silence and the social identity theory. I had a different theory to guide my research. However, when I found it in a different article, like honestly, my advice is to just like keep reading because eventually you'll find the perfect fit. You'll find the perfect theory that aligns with something that you could just do, like feasible siya, but at the same time it could cover the answers or like the data that you wanna get basically. So I just read a lot, and yeah, simply that's just it. I just did a search.
Yeah, thanks for that in-depth answer as well.
We have another question at the top.
Hi, good morning. This question goes for the yellow basket people, the third presenter, I believe. The existence of the attractiveness factor really piqued my interest, and even though in towards like the general na the mean na it was one of the lowest at like around 3 if I remember correctly, but in the study were there any specific products that showed a spike in this number of sa attractiveness factor? Because I think it is safe to assume na like cosmetic products, like obviously if like attractive ang nag-sell, people would buy it more. So were there specific products that showed a spike in the kumbaga effectiveness of the attractiveness factor?
Yes, hello. So thank you for that question. I believe the products that spiked the rates as well were cosmetic products, as you mentioned, mostly whitening products as well. And if I'm not mistaken, there were also more about the hair. So I think brands are more particular with the influencers they choose when it comes to those because it represents, each campaign represents a playbook or a brand book. So I guess that also helps in promoting the products. But nowadays, there are many nano KOLs already or people with at least, 1,000 followers who can also join in such campaigns. So I think that's what we initially thought, the researchers, we really thought na it plays really a big difference on that. But it turns out it came to be, one of the lowest. So yeah, I hope that answered your question.
You have another question at the left side of the upper box.
Hello, yes, this is directed to Mr. Ethan Dublin. Kanang Kwan. Apologies, I left my magnifying glasses at home. I couldn't see your PPT very well. But I didn't see any data showing the success rate between the communication styles, whether they led to meaningful relationships or whatever. So is there any information about that?
The information given to us was most communications happened in Bumble ended up just being a one-time thing mostly. Some did end up on different platforms. Sadly, no. The sad reality is that most conversations in Bumble only end up in Bumble and Bumble alone, and pagkaunya or in the later parts ghosting, which is yeah.
That's so sad. Thank you.
It is very
Ethan.
sad. It is very sad.
I believe you have more questions.
My question is for Ethan. My question is that your framework combines communication styles, the uses and gratifications perspective, and cultural context. How did you integrate these three frameworks when analyzing the data? Did one serve as the primary lens, or were they applied simultaneously?
They weren't applied simultaneously in a sense that we did them at the same time, but they were applied simultaneously in a sense that we had to one by one the conversations on each sub-problem. On each sub-problem, yes. Fun fact, the first sub-problem and the second sub-problem gave birth to the third sub-problem. So that's basically how we did it.
All right, thank you.
We have more from the upper box.
Thank you. This question is for Isha. In your opinion, does cultural background play a role in how women.
However, you're asking for my opinion, so I think that it does play a part in how women deal with these kinds of remarks because you know how everyone speaks differently based on where you live or where you're like who you're surrounded with, where you were raised, and who you hang out with a lot. So, in a cultural perspective, I believe that there might be a difference, and it could be an interesting thing to include in a future study. Like, yeah, there is a difference in summary. Thank you for that question. Oh,
Okay, thank you.
who wants to answer?
Actually, since we are talking about culture naman, my research died on that too. It also helps the fact that in example of your Tagalog versus Bisaya, Tagalog people in terms of cultural expressions and cultural communications are much more low context. I don't know, high context as opposed to Bisaya people who are direct, concise, and in terms of low context communication. So, I hope that does help out.
Okay, we can only cater to one more question.
Hello.
So, pick one.
Hello, Isha. Thank you so much for your help because I remember that I asked you questions about my thesis.
Yes, no problem.
And my question doesn't really deal with the technicalities of your thesis, but like more on like your philosophy in like writing that because I read your paper and it's really interesting. So I'm just curious what was the build up to your thesis as someone who games and like like just the mindset that you really got into and how did you get into this zone and like what were the factors that you considered in like writing this thesis?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. I feel like this will be a bit more of a sharing part because the reason or what drove me to write this paper is to be completely honest is that I didn't have a lot of time to work with on my thesis because of this is a reminder also bumping to everyone doing their thesis, please submit your REC papers as early as possible, do your stuff early because that is the thing. I did mine early but I also got pushed. They responded to me kanang human defense ang mga people, ako I'm still waiting for their response even if I submitted along with everyone else. So I hope na you guys would prioritize also promptness. But anyway, going back, I didn't have a lot of time to work with, and so I decided to work on something I'm really passionate about so I could just ramble on about it. As you may have known, like for the people who have like reached me pa, I was in Warriors Arena. I was the I was the president at that time, and for me personally, it wasn't more of a role for me. It was more of an evidence na women can lead these gaming spaces. Na before I was so scared because like only men can lead. Like you think now if you want to join a CS:GO tournament, it's only men. But then I know so many girls who actually play it. I myself play a lot of like Marvel Rivals and stuff like that. That is mostly, yes, mostly dominated by men. But I really wanted to talk about it. And so because I wanted to talk about it, I was able to get my like train of thought well. I was able to write in a short amount of time. And if anything, I was motivated. I wasn't really that discouraged from the circumstances I was in. So I really suggest that, I really suggest that you find something that you're passionate about and you can just write it freely. So yes, thank you.
Okay, we can actually cater for one more question. Shoot.
Hello, good morning. My question is for the first presenter, Isha. You mentioned na band-aid solution lang ang pag-report or pag-block when it comes to mistreatment of or misogyny towards women sa gaming. What can you recommend or what do you think ang kaya mabuhat sa mga gaming companies like Riot and Muntun to avoid or eliminate those mistreatments?
Yes, thank you. That's actually also a timely question. While I was doing my research, I also wanted to look if Munton or Riot were actively doing it. Because me personally, I was also reporting. I was blocking and stuff. And then it wasn't a permanent fix. They still keep coming back. However, I believe that these companies, especially with the times, the growing times, they're starting to incorporate more moderation rules. They're starting to be more inclusive to women. And then hopefully, we can only hope actually that as we progress, they would also start updating their terms, be more inclusive, and people start talking about it more. So yes, we have to talk about it. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that ends our Q&A session. Thank you so much, community, for the questions and the responses. To recognize the efforts and valuable contribution of our research presenters, we will now proceed with the giving of certificates.
May we invite Dr. Joanne Marie Stan, Chair of the Department, to assist us in presenting these certificates. Certificate of Recognition. This certificate is proudly presented to Ms. Rosemary Rodriguez and Denise Marie Diaz for having presented their research on digital information dissemination in the context of local government unit, exploring Mandaue City Public Information Office's weekly news segment on Facebook during the DCLL Research Forum 2026 held at the SAFAD Theatre, University of San Carlos, Talamban campus, given this 12th day of March 2026. Signed by the Chair of the Department of Communications, Linguistics, and Literature, Dr. Joanne Marie Stan, Dean of the School of Arts and Sciences, Dr. Glenn G. Glarino, and Vice President for Academic Affairs, Father Jesuraj Antonia Pen, SVD. Certificate of Recognition. This certificate is proudly presented to Teresa Victoria Folache for having presented the research on Bayan o Sarili, an analytical study on Filipino political films' influence in shaping political ideologies of Cebuanos, during the DCLL Research Forum 2026 held at SAFAD Theatre, University of San Carlos, Talamban campus, given this 12th day of March 2026. Signed by the Chair of the Department of Communications, Linguistics, and Literature, Dr. Joanne Marie Stan, Dean of the School of Arts and Sciences, Dr. Glenn G. Glarino, and the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Father Jesuraj Antonia Pen, SVD. On behalf of Ms. Teresa, we have the thesis advisor, Dr. Charity Torano, to receive the Certificate of Recognition. This certificate is proudly presented to Ms. Isha Therese Herman for having presented their research on counterplay, the struggles and strategies of challenging misogyny in online in-game communication.
Applause, please.
Certificate of Recognition is proudly presented to Mr. Ethan Daniel Dublin for having presented the research on swipe right or swipe left, analyzing communication styles, motives, and Cebuano communication culture on Bumble.
A round of applause, please.
This certificate is proudly presented to Ms. Rian Grace Gatoteo for having presented their research on From Yellow Basket to Place Order, TikTok influencers' communication strategies and customers' buying decisions.
At this moment, we would like to invite all the presenters to gather with their advisors for a photo opportunity.
Calling the thesis advisors, please come on stage to join for the photo opportunity. Miss Christie.
Calling all faculty members of the communications advisors. Sorry. Doc Lian and Miss Christie.
Okay, ready. 1, 2, 3, smile.
Once again, congratulations to all our presenters for their outstanding research contributions.
Just a quick reminder to everyone, please be back at the SAFAD Theatre by 12:20 p.m. for the registration and attendance for our afternoon session. Once again, I am Yeshan Uvikan.
I am Oliver Luisa Maya. Have a great day.
May we kindly remind the year representatives to please monitor the attendance of your classmates. Thank you. Again, everyone, please be back at the SAFAD Theatre by 12:20 p.m. for the registration and attendance for our afternoon session. Thank you and enjoy your lunch.
Hello, I'm Christopher Yu, the media director of Halangdon. Just to give you some information, the first half of the DCLL research forum has concluded. The first half, which has just happened, is for the communications students, alumni actually, the alumni of the BA ComMed program. Presenting their research papers, thesis papers actually, which were selected by a committee of the faculty. And later in the afternoon, after our lunch break, we will have the linguistics and literature research papers. Registration begins at around 12:20, so it'll be quite a while until we get there. For the time being, we'll have the live stream on a standby screen until we get back for the second half of the program. So we'll be right back at around 12:20.
Bisag may ano? Dili. Isha. Di naman puno ko. Di naman puno ta dito. Yo. Sige, Sir Todd.
Also, lost charger and makeup bag. Please claim your lost items here at the front. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. I am Chris Reed, the media director of Halangdon, and we welcome you back, partially, to our live broadcast of the DCLL Research Forum. This second half will be covering research papers from the Linguistics and Literature programs, the BA LCS, Bachelor of Arts in Literary and Cultural Studies, and BA ELS, Bachelor of Arts in English Language Studies. The forum will resume at 12:45. We just got back into the theater because it was just reopened at around 12:30, so that's why the live stream rather resumed a little bit later. But nonetheless, we are just standing by now for the resumption of the forum. Live here at the SAFAD Theatre. This is the first research forum of DCLL, both as its name and with the new curriculum post senior high school implementation. Last time that there was a research forum of the Department of Languages and Literature, as it was called previously, was in 2014, back when Dr. Charity Turano was the chairperson of the Department of Languages and Literature, which we now know as the Department of Communications, Linguistics, and Literature.
We will be starting in a few minutes, so we like to request everyone to please settle down. Thank you. We'd like to remind everyone about our house rules. Please, no food or drinks in the venue except for water. And if you would like to go to the restroom, please use that door at the back. Thank you.
Paging, Liam Rosso from BA LCS. It's okay. It's okay.
Requesting everyone to please settle down. We are about to start.
Last reminder, lost and found, one GCLL fan, one makeup bag, and one charger. Please approach here at the front if you have lost these items.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the afternoon segment of the DCLL Research Forum 2026. I am Megan Bulyasur from BALCS.
And I am Jillian Gatchalian from BAELS. Thank you for joining us once again in this presentation of research from the best that our department has to offer. How are you feeling today, Megan?
I feel a bit pressured because listening to the presenters makes me think of the thesis I'm doing next year, and we clearly have big shoes to fill, don't you think, Julian?
We certainly do. I'm sure many of us have been pondering on our prospective research titles as early as our first year.
You know, Julian, our chair, Dr. Joanne Maristan, she always says to us, in DCLL, we strive to be a center of excellence in research.
And I'm sure that listening to this next batch of presenters will remind us of how our department is on the right track to achieving this. But before we hear about these new contributions to the fields of language and literature, let us have a short icebreaker to get our brains all warmed up.
Okay, so please listen closely. We will be firing some trivia questions at you, all related to the papers that were presented earlier, and also those that are about to be presented to you this afternoon. So, question number 1.
Listen closely, as all of these questions and choices will all be verbal. And of course, there will be a prize for those who answer correctly.
Yes. Question number 1. Which global social media movement, often linked to cancel culture, gained momentum in 2017 as a way to call out sexual harassment and assault, leading to widespread accountability for public figures? We have, I see a hand over there. Yes, I saw you first.
Do you have a mic?
I'll just repeat the question. Which global social media movement, often linked to cancel culture, gained momentum in 2017 as a way to call out sexual harassment and assault, leading to widespread accountability for public figures?
I believe it's the hashtag #MeToo movement.
That is correct.
That would be correct.
Please claim your wondrous prize from Miss Chat.
Oh, we'll ask someone to do that. Okay. China, may you please, yes.
Gina.
So for our second question, I hope the literary and cultural studies students are listening.
So our second question is, the biblical book of Revelation, a cornerstone of apocalyptic literature, was traditionally attributed to which figure? A, Paul the Apostle, B, John of Patmos, C, Peter, or D, Luke? We already have a hand. First one I saw is Zach, please.
Is it A, Paul the Apostle?
That is incorrect. I'm sorry. One.
We'll have a countdown. Please requesting Franco and China for assistance on who.
I think I saw the biggest hand over there.
Let's reminder to all the winners that to please not eat the
Very
prizes.
enthusiastic
in the
waving.
auditorium. Okay. So let's go to the other side of the auditorium.
Hello, can I try?
Yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
Is it John of Patmos?
Yes, that's correct.
Yay.
You can trust an ex-seminarian to answer that question. All right, question number 3. I think this is gonna get a lot of hands. Which magical item does Percy Jackson receive to help him in battle disguised as a pen? Ooh, it seems like I don't have to read out choices. I think this is Gina?
Up or from the back?
It's a riptide.
Yes, that is correct. Congratulations.
There were choices, but seems like he didn't.
No need for
any.
choices.
So for the next 2 and last questions for our icebreaker, we're gonna take a bit of a turn It's gonna be a bit of general knowledge questions, loosely related to the some of the later researches that will be discussed today. So for the fourth question, the Philippines has remained committed to achieving the United Nations 2030 Agenda, which includes 17 Sustainable Development Goals. According to the UN Sustainable Development Report, what is the only SDG that the Philippines has achieved as of 2026? I repeat, what is the only sustainable development goal that the Philippines has achieved as of 2026? A, is it climate action? B, quality education? Oh, a strong response from the crowd. C, responsible consumption and production? Or D, gender equality? Any hand? Oh, okay. We have a quick hand. China or Franco? Who is holding the? China there. Yeah.
C, SDG 12.
Yes, that is correct. SDG 12, or responsible consumption and production. So a reminder, out of the 17 sustainable development goals, this is the only one that we have achieved. So last question for anyone who has a cell phone. We'll see if you know the right answer. Checkpoint Research has reported a sharp increase of phishing scams in the Philippines in 2025. According to Smart Communications, which of the following is not among the 10 most common SMS-based phishing or smishing scams in the Philippines during 2025? A, online gambling advertisements. B, bank and e-commerce scams. C, reward and promo fraud. Or D, fake telco offers. So the question is, which of the following is not among the common common smishing scams in the Philippines?
I believe the answer is D.
D, fake telco offers. Unfortunately, that is not the right answer. Any more takers? We have from our water. China?
C.
C, reward and promo fraud. Unfortunately, it's also not the correct answer. I'd say China, there, from, yeah. Last two, 50-50.
Is it 50? Is it 50? Is it B?
Bank and e-commerce.
B. Is it B?
Okay. That is unfortunately also not the correct answer. So, bonus question. What do we have to be quick. So we will instead be saving a bonus question for later, before the end of the program. Oh, wait, do you have one in mind? Okay.
All right. Just to finalize our winner, bonus question: what is the full name of our department chair, including the middle name? Full name.
Including middle name. Oh. So this will be our last bonus question. Icebreaker question.
Dr. Joanne Marie Stan.
Oh, including middle name. Any okay.
Give me a number. Give me a letter.
Oh, unfortunately,
No.
we have to move on to the next. Silois.
This is public knowledge. Okay, name drop. Okay, Joanne Marie Spardellado Tan DL.
Correct. We have a confirmation. Okay.
Plus points kay Doc Tan. All right. Thank you so much for participating. Congrats to all those who received their chips. Seems like we're all set and ready, so we can now proceed to our main act.
Just for everyone's information, the considerations made in the selection of papers included the following: perceived impact on the larger community, timeliness and usefulness of the study, degree of difficulty in the data gathering, technical skills, and finally, focus on the discipline. There were 3 ELS and 3 LCS faculty on the screening committee.
We will begin with the presentation of papers from the Literary and Cultural Studies program. Our first presenter graduated last July 2025 and is currently working as a freelance writer. Here to present his paper entitled Apocalyptic Literature in Age of Light by Christine Ong Muslim, please help me welcome to the stage Jorel Troy Flores.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for that introduction. So, hello, I am here to present my thesis, Apocalyptic Literature in Age of Light by Christine Ong Muslim. Icon. Yes. Okay, next slide, sir. Okay. So, first of all, the rationale, or why did I choose to do this topic specifically for my thesis. So firstly is that I wanted to explore more of the speculative fiction genre. And following that, I also wanted to explore local Filipino speculative fiction writers in the sense that speculative fiction is a subgenre of sci-fi which unfortunately does get overshadowed a lot by just general sci-fi itself, as it isn't some sort of grandiose genre but more of a potential what if. You might have read a speculative fiction work but didn't realize it was that because of how often it does get overshadowed. And finally, I also wanted to see what apocalyptic fiction can tell us, as the apocalypse is a sort of worst ending for humanity's future. So I wanted to see in this sort of fiction what are the type of tells or themes that are prevalent or shown within this genre. Next slide, please. So the goals of my thesis are 3. First is to identify the themes that are present within the text, and then to analyze environmental issues that are present within the text itself, and then finally to examine this interconnectedness between mankind and natural world present within the text. Okay, sir. So for literature is that I didn't find much literature that is directly related to my thesis because this topic specifically, apocalyptic literature, isn't really that explored upon from what I realized, from what I noticed within the local Filipino climate. So for that end, I had to look for more, how do you say this, more like, in Bisaya, more katapad gani siya within the irrelevant as well. First of all is the Anthropocene by Peter Vermeulen, which is my main thought or concept that I'm using within this. As the Anthropocene specifically talks about the sort of interconnectedness, or in this case, how at this point mankind and natural world very much need one another to survive at this point. Another one is Slow Violence by Rob Nixon, which is this topic of sort of harm that takes a while for these effects to show off, which I feel like is very relevant in the context of apocalyptic literature because more often than not, it isn't a sudden event. It's more of a accumulation of various harms or actions that we have done that will accumulate in this landslide that causes sort of apocalypse in literature. And finally, it's cognitive narratology, which is basically this sort of concept on how the text itself and how its metaphors or symbolism is used to present and convey its themes. Next slide, sir. My design for my research is mainly a content analysis, focusing more on the visual elements of the text to understand the underlying themes present within it. The Anthropocene itself will be used as a lens to view how humanity has changed the natural world in a way that is impossible at this point to separate the two, with cognitive narratology being used to examine the medium and elements within the text. Slow violence is also going to be applied in how those those actions accumulate until it eventually reaches the boiling point. Next slide, please, sir. So for my framework is how I did my thesis. It can be broken down into these three phases. First was not using Colaizi's method as a blueprint in order to extract themes from the text, in order so I can have something to look at and analyze. However, the themes were just extraction themes. They weren't exactly related at first. So in order to find that, I need to use Jonathan Levin's analytical framework of environmental issues to identify which theme is related to my topic. Jonathan Levin gave a framework for environmental issues and how to identify if a theme could be classified or related to an environmental issue. And then finally, once I have a cluster of themes which are related to the text, I will analyze the text itself using those themes to showcase how they present those themes or how it was shown within the text. Which, next slide please, sir. Which can be shown here in the results and discussion. So I've broken it down into three phases. So as I said before, phase one is identification of themes. I have identified in the text these three clusters of themes. I won't go through each and every one of them, but I will say though what each cluster means. So intentional harm here is the main focal point is intent. The harm that is being done needs to be a conscious effort, wherein in this case humans or the perpetrators need to know that they are causing harm and still continue to do so anyway. Unintentional effects are those which the perpetrators didn't consider or think of the effects of their actions. So as you can see, I saw within text there were hauntings and unintentionally bringing something back, and a sort of unintentional effect because they didn't think that by doing this they would cause these actions. Now, after effects seems related to unintentional effects, but how I differentiate the two is that after effects are those effects that take a long time to show up. It could be years, it could be months, but the main purpose is that it isn't an immediate, you don't see the results immediately. It takes time for itself. As you can see here with the loss of natural world, the organic being replaced with synthetic, colonization, and go on. So on. Next slide, please, sir. So for the second phase, it was determining the environmental issues. So using the framework which we had the categories of human action and also how it affected the natural world, with human action being that actions that humans itself have done. So as you can see, there is death, extinction, and animal experimentation, as those are all actions that humans themselves are the main perpetrators of, as well as like the effects of the environment. Now you can see that mostly you hear news of oil spills or pollution or stuff like that. That is the basis for effects of the environment, which is invasive species. Although it's not like pollution, invasive species also do cause harm to the environment, since the natural ecosystem for that isn't equipped to deal with those species. I'm pretty sure you've heard of now what invasive species are, and you can think of some examples. For locally, we do have a lot of non-indigenous plants and animals that were brought in by colonization, or even just like people who thought that these plants or animals look cute or pretty, and they brought them in here without considering the effects it would have on the local ecosystem. And after effects as well has the complete loss of the natural world and the colonial mindset. So colonial mindset is, I define that as a sort of mindset where you could see a lot in during the colonization attempt eras or time, wherein the colonizers saw this new land as something they could use to enrich themselves. Like you could see it a lot in how they would destroy or remake the natural landscape, such as tearing down forests to make way for farmland, or even just their aggressive sort of expansionism without really any concern for how it affects the environment that they found themselves in. Next slide, please, sir. So for phase 3 is then this examination of the text, where I look at which theme and saw how it applied to the specific texts that were found. So Leviathan was a short story about this old sea creature that was killed in its discovery because of human greed. Wire Mother Detail is a fictionalized recounting of an actual animal experimentation, very, very controversial during that time. So the playground I use invasive species, although it isn't directly talking about invasive species, so to say, it is talking about this sort of people bringing back ghosts with them and making their houses haunted as a result, which does bring to mind invasive species, in the sense that they brought something back with them, and this new environment wasn't naturally prepared to deal with them. So you can see that there. The first ocean was the complete loss of natural world, in the sense that this was a short story on the far future where the entire world has become this sort of synthetic place. And Dave the Builders was the colonial mindset, in that it showed these outsiders going to this indigenous tribe and bringing with them. They uplifted them in a sense, but they also happened in that. But what also happened was that the indigenous tribes slowly forgot their own culture and stuff. Next slide, please, sir. So for the conclusions is that I saw that through the usage of speculative fiction as a medium, it reinforces the overall theme of how humanity and natural world have a causal bond between the two of them. Like humanity cannot do something without it affecting directly or indirectly the natural world, and the natural world also can directly and indirectly affect humanity. The study ultimately shows that in the current state of the two, they will both need each other to operate and thrive. Next slide, please, sir. So for recommendations is that I could recommend this study to eco-criticism scholars to further their knowledge in the speculative fiction genre. Writers can also use these findings to enrich the themes. Next slide, please, sir. Literature professors can use the framework that I use to study in helping identify anthropocentric elements. Students can use the findings to deepen their own understanding between mankind and the natural world. Next slide, please, sir. And finally, future researchers could also use the framework that I use in the research as a reference, because I had to basically make a sort of, I didn't make it by scratch, but I did have to make a new framework just to extract themes within the text itself, because I couldn't find any framework specifically just for themes within the text, as Colizzi's method is more on the lived experience. So I had to use that as a framework to extract thematic elements in text in order to help in clustering and organizing your findings, so that they can be used for further organizing them into other stuff, as shown with my icon. Next slide, please, sir. So I think that should be it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Troy, for adding to the still growing studies on Filipino speculative fiction.
Now we proceed to our second presenter, who also graduated in 2025 and is now working as a company manager and director at Broadway Youth Cebu. Let us give a warm welcome to Clarissa May Sevilla as she presents her paper, The Dam Adaptation, examining the 2019 Broadway musical The Lightning Thief as an adaptation of Rick Riordan's 2005 novel, The Lightning Thief.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Did you have a good lunch? I hope you had a good lunch, because we're gonna be talking about something that is very near and dear to my heart. Now, who here has read the books of Percy Jackson? Very good, we have a bunch. Who here has seen the series on Disney Plus? Also a bunch. Are you happy with the TV series? Yes or no? Are you happy with the TV series? Okay. There's a very strong no here. Let's try to figure out why you don't like the series. We don't even talk about the movies, yes? Yeah, we don't talk about the movies. What? The movies never happened, exactly. But did you guys know that it actually has its own musical adaptation? Yeah, okay, you probably heard it on Spotify, you've probably seen the bootlegs on YouTube, but let's talk about examining this musical adaptation as its own thing. Like, why is it so successful? Yes? Next slide, please. Now, adaptations are commonplace in media nowadays. Who saw the Shadow and Bone series on Netflix? Did you like it? Also no, because it got cancelled after season 2. Who has seen the latest season of Bridgerton? A bunch. Okay. Did you like it? Yes. Very strong yes over there. Thank you. Who has seen this new film of the Hunger Games? A bunch. Okay. So as you can see, adaptations are actually pretty common in media nowadays, right? Like everything is an adaptation. But we are going to delve into what actually makes an adaptation. Next slide, please. Okay, so Percy Jackson is a very long series right now, and it has been turned into many things. It had 2 films, which we don't talk about. It's okay because they got cancelled as well, right? Good for us. Anyway, and it also became its own series adaptation on Disney Plus, with season 2 being the latest and season 3 coming on the way. But today we are talking about the musical. Next slide, please. There we go. So the musical is its own crazy, right? Like, who here loves musicals? A bunch. That's good. That's good to see. So let's talk about why a movie was not successful, but a musical, which is so far away from our usual adaptation, was so successful. Next slide, please. So in my study, I wanted to conduct a comparative analysis on the novel's elements. This was step 1. What were the elements that I had to figure out? First off, it was the narrative unit. So plot, conflict, and theme. I took a look at the script, I took a look at the book, and then I analyzed the plot, the conflicts, and themes. Did they say the same or did they not? Next, I also had to analyze character descriptions and how they came out in the musical version. And not just character descriptions, I also had to look at the setting. How did they portray the setting on stage? Next, please. After the comparative analysis, I had to figure out why the heck did they make changes during the musical adaptation. Okay, why did they remove some things? Why did they keep some things in? And to do that, I had to ask the help of a few friends in theater and also a few theorists. So I wanted to create a unified concept of fidelity in adaptations. Now, anyone who has seen an adaptation knows the fandom question, right? Like, this is not a good adaptation. This is not a faithful adaptation. It didn't do this scene in the book. They didn't include this whole chapter in the book. If you're a Harry Potter fan, you know what I'm talking about. Right? Okay, so let's move on to the theories that I use. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are the people that helped me make this thing possible. These are the literary theorists I primarily used. So Linda Hutchins' book of A Theory of Adaptation. If you want to do adaptation study, you will always hear Linda Hutchins' name. She is everywhere in the adaptation world. Next, since I wasn't just looking at a movie or a series adaptation, I was looking at the musical adaptation. So I had to take a look at how musicals are actually made. So how do you bring something from the page to the stage? That's when Vincent Murphy helped me. Now, I also needed the help of people who have actually adapted these things. And the people who were easiest to access, who are actually local artists themselves, are Sir Rudy Aviles and Sir Jude Kitamondo. So I had an interview with them where I just messaged them to ask a few questions on how they made decisions regarding what to include, what not to include, and what to change whenever they would have their own theater adaptations. They've had a bunch. Sir Jude loves to do... Sir Jude is currently doing... What's he doing now? He is doing a musical titled Magbuwag Ta Kay. Yes! He's doing a musical, Magbuwag Ta Kay, which is written by him and Therese Villarante. Okay? So next slide, please. Now, With those theories involved, I also had the help of other literary studies, mostly spearheaded by Caitlin Boyle, who provided me with part of the framework for my study, where she analyzed how the novel Matilda became a musical. And I also had the help of Annette Thornton, who studied how Jane Eyre, the book, was turned into a musical, and how the book Daddy Longlegs also got turned into a musical. She had very valuable insights there. Next, I also asked the help of Megan Skiles, who did an analysis on how the Little Woman novel was turned into a musical. And of course, our very own Jeneth Borlasa, who analyzed how Dekada 70 was turned into a film and Bata Bata Paano Ka Ginawa also into a film. So these are the related studies that helped me create my study. Now, how do you turn a 360-page thesis monstrosity into something I can talk with you guys about in 15 minutes? Personally, no idea, but we are going to do our very best right now. How much time do I have? 8 minutes. Perfect. Next slide, please. Okay. So let's talk about methodology and results immediately. So what did I find when I analyzed the plot and the conflict and the themes of the Percy Jackson musical? I found that they primarily remained the same. Some events were rearranged to suit narrative flow so that they wouldn't be going from scene 1 to scene 2 to back to scene 1. Okay, so they were rearranged for narrative flow, but more or less everything stayed the same. Percy still wanted to go to Hades to save his mom, even though he knows that he probably won't save the world. He's just saving his mom, but then eventually he decides he is gonna save the world because he's figured out the whole thing. So more or less, the plot remained the same. The conflicts remained the same. Percy still had to accept his entire demigod persona. He has this whole song about it, even. So, and the themes remain the same as well. Therese Villarante herself said that themes are a very important part whenever she's writing. She starts with the themes and then she moves on to the rest of the story. Okay, next. Character descriptions to casting and costume design. This is very tricky because in theater we don't really, in theater you are more free when you're casting. You have seen adaptations of you've seen Hades Town, right? Right? So race of an actor can change. It doesn't really matter as long as they get that character right. So I wanted to see if the character descriptions match the casting and costume design, and if not, why? Well, in terms of personality, the characters were really the same. That's a perk, and they didn't really pay much attention to the physicality of the characters. I mean, yes, Percy and Annabeth and Grover look like this, but they're not 12-year-olds, right? Well, that's the thing you do in theater. We don't really pay much attention to the casting. Instead, we pay attention to how the actor portrays the character. Do they still carry that same mental and emotional vulnerability that the character has? And you will also observe that in the Percy Jackson TV series, right? Annabeth is black. Grover is brown. And Percy doesn't have black hair. He has blonde hair in the TV series. So it's not really a matter of finding the exact match. It's a matter of feeling out the vibe of the person portraying this character. Next slide, please. And I also had to figure out how the setting descriptions were translated into the set, the lighting, and the sound design. This part is what I really want to talk about. Next, please. Okay. So let's talk about the stage. In theater, there is a spatial logic to the stage. So next slide, please. So when I am standing here, I am actually downstage center. When I am standing here, I am downstage right. When I'm standing here, I am at center right. When I'm standing here, I am at center. Okay? Next slide, please. In the Percy Jackson films, they don't change the background of the setting. They simply change where the characters are. So if they're, excuse me. So if they're at Percy's apartment, they're here. But when they go to the beach at Montauk, they just walk to the right and they end up here. But important scenes still happen at center or occupy the entire stage. So in theater, you don't really have to you don't have to do scene change, scene change, scene change. You can just use the logic of the stage so that you can get around. Okay? That's what they did. Next slide. Okay, they also used imagination. You would expect when you think of a forest, you think the whole stage has to be covered in trees, but that's not the way it is in theater. In theater, you can just have a steering wheel to turn it into a bus. You can have this glowy thing to serve as a campfire to say they're on a beach in Montauk. You can just use a squirrel being puppeted by an actor to say that they are in the forest. And you can just have the basics of a motorcycle steering something, so that you can get around to, so that you can say that they are traveling via motorcycle. Okay, so they used imagination. They encouraged the audience to use their imagination to fill in the rest of the gaps. Next slide, please. They also used a childlike lens. So these sets actually look kind of ragtag. Like if someone is floating through the scene because they're underwater, they use a cart to push them through. Now this childlike lens is so interesting because it's like it was created by children. The set was created by children, which kind of makes sense because you are expecting children to save the world, right? So it's like children are expected to save the entire world, so why not make the sets look like children actually created them, which added a deeper meaning to the entire set design. Next slide, please. Now, lighting design is often neglected in theater. First off, this is very, you would think, oh, just red, just blue, just little things, okay? But let's go through this a little bit. So this is the scene where they are in Hades and they're trying to escape. So Hades, or the underworld, is being represented as something full of red. So here, very red, very everything. And then next, Percy has a realization. When Percy has a realization, he is often washed in blue. So that's blue on Percy, and he steps forward into a brighter wash as his realization gets stronger. And then, as his realization takes hold, it flashes to purple, flashes back to blue, and then puts him back in the scene, takes him out of his mind and back into the actual scene, where he tells his friends how they can escape, which they use a seashell for. And then a bright flare, and then a bright wash as they go through the portal and exit to the beach. Next. Thank you. Okay, sound design is also very interesting because it is its own version of foreshadowing. It defines nonverbal physicalizations, like the sound effect of waves on a beach, the sound effect of snakes hissing in Medusa's lair. These are all part of the sound design that adds to the setting. Next slide, please. And of course, let's talk about discourse and how it comes up in music and dialogue. Now, these are lines from the book itself, and this is the sheet music for that specific part. We're gonna talk about that in a bit. Next slide, please. Okay, this is what my thesis looks like. On one side, you have the script and the pages, and on the other side, you have how it's actually mentioned in the novel. So the very first line, look, I didn't want to be a half-blood. That is also the musical's very first line. Now, there's more of these. Next slide, please. There are more of these in the book. So you guys know what the damn thing means, right? Yes, okay. Next slide, please. Right, these are also references found in the musical that are not found in the films. Okay, so you have your Camp Half-Blood shirts, Blue Food, Bianca and Nico, Selena and Charlie, and Seaweed Brain and Wise Girl. These all come up in the musical, which is why it makes the discourse so interesting. Next slide, please. Okay, let's talk music theory. Now, this is a piece of sheet music. I'll just finish this. Are there any music people in the audience? There are a few. Okay, so this is how I've analyzed these things to, this is how they were adapted. Okay, so this line, I was holding back the tide by sheer force of will, is denoted by a poco ralentando, which means to slow down, like gradually slow down. And you find that here, a poco ralentando. Next, but tension was building like carbonation behind a cork, molto rallentando, meaning slow down even more. So as you're going, I was holding back the tide by sheer force of will. Slow down. And then tension builds up like a cork, slow down even more. And then I released the tide and jumped as a 6 foot wall of water was released. Forte, meaning loud. So you go from slow, even slower, and then one big boom. And that's all presented in the music. Okay, next slide, please. And this is also a very interesting case of music talking about the character's personality. So, yes. So we're going to skip this and go straight ahead to the conclusions. Next. Okay, so in this study, I found that the narrative elements stayed more or less the same. So they used instead the sound, and the spectacle of live theater to make things more interesting. So it wasn't about adapting every single thing you found in the book. It was about using the power of live theater and using it for its unique qualities. Okay, so they were like, this is theater, so we are going to make some changes. And we're going to make it even better through the power of live theater. So as adapters, you should be using your adaptation, your new medium, to make the material even better. It shouldn't be a senseless adaptation. It should be because you see this adaptation shining even better in its new form. Next slide, please. And of course, let's talk about adaptation versus replication. When you adapt, you're not there to replicate something. You are there to make it even better. So even though there are changes, then yeah, that's okay, because what matters is the spark of the story and the heart of the story. And that, everyone, is where I end my thesis. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope this inspires you all to take part in an adaptation study as well. Okay, thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Clarissa. I think it's always a dream for an LCS student to write an entire thesis on their special interest. And 360 pages is crazy.
And we have the admin centerpiece. We will now. Now we would like to open the floor to any questions from any program, by the way, not just LCS students, about either of the papers that have been presented so far.
Please raise your hand if you have a question and we will approach you with a mic. Thank you.
Just for the information of everyone, we have a maximum of 2 questions per presenter.
Hello, good afternoon. I would like to direct this question to Troy. Hi, Troy.
Hello. Oh, hi.
Hello. So I'm just really curious. You mentioned like the Colyses method that you use is usually is utilized for lived experiences instead of literal thematic analysis. I just would like to ask, like, does this have like a certain theory or like a discipline or like a literary study na it falls? Because I know na part of your thesis it falls under like eco criticism. So I'm just kind of curious about the first part.
Okay.
You would categorize it if there's a need.
Yeah, about your question about Colyses method, it was suggested to me by Doc Tan, and she did give me the disclaimer that it is normally used for more. It was more experience based. It was more, was it phenomenological? Ang term ana?
Chronological?
No, phenomenological. Yeah, phenomenological studies mostly for Colyses method. Like the entire process, if you look at it, it is more detailing on lived experiences. What I just did was I just took the extraction part of that process and applied it to a literary text. Okay, thank you.
For the next question, China, please. Oh, okay.
Hello. My question is also for Troy. Hello, Troy. year LCS student, I am also interested in writing about eco-criticism. And unfortunately, we have this low amount of researchers that can support this theory. So what is your advice, especially for us upcoming students, and what are maybe tips and tricks in actually doing this? Because you have submitted a really good research, and I was really inspired to do so as well. So what is your advice for us?
So to don't be boxed in when eco-criticism, don't be boxed in with just looking for environment or anything related to the environment, is because a lot of only one was really environment related, which was the Anthropocene. Cognitive narratology and slow violence could be applied to many other types of concepts. So that's my first advice. In order to really give yourself a more breadth of or more wider choices, don't just look for anything environmental related. Look at your topic, see what it is talking about, and try to find anything other types of themes or topics that you can find. Even if they aren't related directly to the environment, you could still rephrase it and apply it there. Another one I could think of would be, don't be afraid to ask your professors for any sort of recommendations for literature. Because I did ask around for Doc Hope and Doc Tan for their help, and it's don't be ashamed because they are doing this much longer, so there's a good chance that they know any sort of related literature or any just interest or any tangentially adjacent, that's what we're looking for kanina, adjacent literature that could help you. So don't be afraid to ask for recommendations, and don't be afraid to look beyond the scope of your topic to try to find any sort of related literature that can help you.
Thank you so much, Gerald. Now we will be fielding questions for Teresa. So we'll have 2 questions. So I have 2 hands, one here and I think one from...
Hi. What were the factors that motivated you to conduct the research?
Wow, okay. No, first off, when I was a freshman, we were also asked to write a very short research paper by Dr. Cindy Velasquez on literally anything we wanted to talk about. And at that time, I decided I'm going to talk about the book of the Percy Jackson novel versus the very, very bad first film that we do not talk about. And that ended up to be its own sort of crazy, because from we were told to do a 10-page paper, I did an 80-page paper analyzing that entire thing. Okay, so the Percy Jackson series is very near and dear to my heart. I have been a fan since I think 2012 when I first discovered the series, and it's a very interesting concept of putting the Greek gods, which I loved growing up. I loved all the Greek gods, the Egyptian gods, and then finding them, and then getting a book series that tells you these gods are actually amongst us and they are disguised in their own modern way. And that really appealed to me, as I'm sure it appeals to a lot of people who love this type of fantasy fiction. So that's really what motivated me to do that. And also, my second love after literature is theater. So I wanted to do a study based on theater because we are sorely lacking in theater resources here in our locale. There's a lot in international communities, but not as many here in Cebu. So that also motivated me to do that. Thank you.
One more question.
Hi. This is also about the DAM adaptation. First off, I would just like to say I really loved your analysis of it. I think adaptations of media have a lot of potential to be analyzed of why are they like that, why people react to them that way, and how they can be improved upon so that, they don't get, like a really loud reaction from the fandom. But I had a lot of questions watching your presentation, but my main one is, one could argue that theater and film share the same aspects that you mentioned were focal in the musical adaptation, like music, sound, set design, character and costume design. What would you say would be the main difference between the elements of theater and film adaptations? Like, what sets them apart, even though they share the same elements? Is it like in regards to budget or the way that they are captured and portrayed, etc.? I just like to know your take on it.
One thing that I would say is the main difference between a film and a theater adaptation is the paradox of dynamic immediacy and the meditative perspective. Dynamic immediacy means you sit there and you watch it happen. You cannot pause it. It just has to happen live. So if you miss anything, you have to watch a whole different show the next day. The meditative perspective is something primarily found in books, where you can flip back if you forget detail, or so that you can remind yourself what actually happened in the scene again. That's the meditative perspective. Now, the paradox of theater is it offers both the meditative perspective and the dynamic immediacy, because it's called the paradox of live theater, where everything is happening live, so you pay more attention and you retain more during those scenes. In film nowadays, especially since we have streaming websites, you can easily pause and rewind, which also lends to its own form of meditative perspective. But when you are watching a theater show, you can't just say, wait, what did that character say? Can we rewind? You can't rewind, because in theater, the show must go on. Okay, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Oh, okay, thank you. Is it okay if we go back to, I think, this one? So to the theater kids, Broadway Youth Cebu is hosting a musical rave on Easter Sunday, April 5, 2026 at the Garden of Envy. If you have if you need more information, you can go to the Broadway Youth Cebu page to take a look at it. Okay, that's all. It's a very chill, family-friendly thing. There will be no drinking. There will be no crazies. It's a family-friendly thing. But the thing is, with theater, what I've noticed, especially when hanging out with people who are also theater kids, it doesn't matter if you've got alcohol in your system. Theater crazy is a whole different kind of crazy. Am I right or am I right? Yeah. Okay, so if you're interested, you want to hang out with your friends, this is the place to go. And I think that's all for us presenters. Thank you so much, everyone.
So that's all the time we have for the first Q&A. If anyone has any additional questions, I'm sure you can approach. You can email or approach the researchers. Thank you to all the students who participated, and of course to our presenters, Jarell and Clarissa, for sharing valuable thoughts and insights about their papers.
We will now be moving on to the papers produced by ELS. Our next presenters are Nina Grace Shane Bahalia and Andre Marie Silva. They are both fourth-year ELS students and are currently having their internships. Nina is working at a publishing house and Andre is at Rafi Microfinance. Their paper is entitled Interpersonal Meaning, Verbal Text-Image Relation and Sustainable Development Goals Posters. A round of applause, please, for Nina and Andre.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nina Gracian A. Bahalia.
And I'm Andre Marie Silva.
And together, we are going to present our undergraduate thesis entitled Interpersonal Meaning, Verbal Text-Image Relations in Sustainable Development Goals Posters. And all thanks to our dear panelists, Ms. Sweet Crystal Cacha, Ms. Christy Constantina, and Ms. Leah Ibona. Now let's move forward to our introduction and methodology. Okay, so the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, aim to address global challenges such as poverty, inequality, and environmental sustainability. However, achieving these goals requires effective communication to raise awareness and encourage public participation. One way to communicate these goals is through SDG posters. which combine images and written text, because these posters use both visual and verbal elements that function as multimodal text. So this study is guided by Holliday's interpersonal metafunction and the visual grammar of Chris and Van Ewen. As for the problem, this study examined the interpersonal meaning in the verbal text-image relations of STG posters using the framework of Kotsiko et al. 2021. I'm sorry for the very loaded textual, but really that's our problem. A very big problem, Char. So, specifically, this study answers the following. Yes, we already answered it. We defended it. So first, the key visual and textual elements present in the posters. Second, the interpersonal meaning dimensions, particularly the address, social distance, and involvement. And third, the classification of verbal text-image relations, such as convergence, complementarity, and divergence. And lastly, we have explored the elements influence in audience engagement and persuasive appeal. As for the related studies, we have first interpersonal meaning dimensions by Kotsiko, Christidou, Papadopoulou, and Bonotti 2021, and also mentioned by the study of Zarabi et al. 2019. Also, the verbal text-image relations by Kotsiko, yes, we also have that, and mentioned by Lai 2018. So, for Christie Tu et al., it is a study adapted on Holliday's metafunctional framework that explains how textual elements establish relationship with the audience, particularly in terms of engagement and interaction. By Holliday's theory, it emphasizes how language conveys attitude, engagement, and interaction with viewers through features as sentence types, pronouns, and tone. Meanwhile, in Chris Van Leeuwen, so this one has to be Chris Van Leeuwen, so sorry for the PPT error. So these focus on the visual dimension, explaining how images communicate meaning through elements such as the gaze, the social distance, and the composition. So these also studies mentioned by Zarabi and Lai also emphasize how text and image work together to strengthen communication and persuasion, which you will see later on the findings. So as for the methodology, so this study used a sequential explanatory mixed methods design. If you have any question, what is this, you can ask that later. So with 17 SDG posters that were selected and analyzed using Kotsiko et al.'s interpersonal meaning framework, and the researchers also conducted an online focus group discussion with 8 students selected through purposive sampling. Okay, and this one we undergo the REC, Research Ethics Committee, and I may say that you should not be afraid to undergo REC because it makes our study validated. Well, I mean, not to, yeah, but yeah. Okay, so lastly, data were analyzed through systematic visual textual analysis and qualitative thematic analysis to interpret both poster elements and audience perceptions. Now let's move on to chapter 2. Okay, so these are the criteria for the selection of our SDG posters. First is the text of the posters must be in English. Second, the digital poster must contain images and visuals of humans, animals, human activities, and objects. Third, poster includes an indication that is an SDG poster. Fourth, the digital poster is available for public access. And lastly, the digital posters are posted from the years 2020 to 2025.
Okay, so now we are moving on to chapter 2, the presentation, analysis, and interpretation of data. And so first we are going to answer our sub-problem 1. So with our sub-problem 1, this is now our what. So this is like the very basic part, or the very first, the basic portion of our sub-problem. So in this sub-problem, we make use of Brown and Collins systemic visual textual analysis. This is where we dissect our SDG posters in terms of their visual and textual elements. So once we dissect them, we also categorize them into the artistic level and then the linguistic level. And then, of course, with the artistic level, so you have your color, the layout, the participants. The participants refer to the figures that you see in the posters. And then the gaze of these participants, the shot, this refers to the size of frame. And then we have the horizontal angles, typography, and of course the institutional representation. And as for the linguistic elements, we find that there are a lot of imperative and declarative clauses. The tones there are more commanding, informative, and or persuasive. And then there's also the use of modal auxiliaries and inclusive pronouns. And so, yes, next. And so next, okay, so if you're wondering how we presented that in our paper, so this is how we did it. So we have our poster reference here. So this sample is for SDG 1, no poverty, and this is our poster for that. And then so like I said, we dissected this poster so into two categories, artistic and linguistic. So for the key visual elements, so we laid them out there, from color to the institutional representation and describing them. And also the same for the linguistic elements. Next, please. Next. Sorry. Okay. And next now is for sub-problem 2 and 3. So now that we got our what, we got our elements. So now it's time to analyze them in terms of the interpersonal meaning dimensions and verbal text-image relations. So how do we do this? So we already have our key elements now, right? So now with the interpersonal meaning dimensions, we analyze how these elements interact interpersonally with its viewers in terms of sub-problem 2. So we analyze them in terms of their level of address, social distance, and involvement. So in each of these dimensions, Manggod is it has their own constituents where it allows us to understand whether that particular element has a low or high address, or it has a small or large social distance, or a weak and strong involvement. And so, yeah, there is that. And then for this particular sample, it actually has a high-low combination of address because it uses imperative clauses, and its participants its figures in its posters are not gazing. And then for social distance, it has a small-large combination because its text is in the active voice, plus the participants or the figures are in a long shot size of frame. And then for the involvement, it's a weak, strong combination because of the use of a third-person possessive pronoun, and then a frontal angle. So once we have that for sub-problem 2, once we've gathered that or determined that, so now moving on to the verbal text-image relations. So we try to understand, not yet. So we try to understand what relations in terms of the level of interpersonal meaning dimensions do the sample fall into. So for this, we classified it as divergence. So with verbal text-image relations, there are 3 classifications. We have the convergence, the complementarity, and divergence. So for this one, it is divergence because if you notice in terms from address, social distance, and involvement, it has 2 differing extremes with it, so which is why it's divergence. Okay, so next, sub-problem 4. So for sub-problem 4, we have the persuasive appeal and audience engagement. So for this one, we determine 6 themes from our focus group discussion. So these are the 6 themes. Next slide, please. And so for the 6 themes, this actually relates from our sub-problem 2 and 3. So the FGD themes, so we have the FGD themes there. And then this is also further supported by our Likert scale. So to interpret this, so So to interpret this means that the posters are predominantly informative. They position the viewer as an observer or a spectator, and then this means that the interpersonal meaning as information-oriented, if you can read from theme 4.1 there on the screen, and then the emotional connection maintains neutrality. So this also makes the motivational impact of the poster as lacking or inconsistent. So now let's move on to chapter 3.
Now let's move on to our findings. So the findings show that the SDG posters use colors, images, and typography to attract viewers' attention and make the message visually appealing. So these elements help emphasize the key information presented in the posters. That's for the visual elements. Let's move forward to the textual elements, which most posters use declarative sentences to clearly present information, which some also includes imperative and inclusive pronouns, such as we and are, to engage audience engagement and create a sense of shared responsibility. Next, we have the posters, where also refers to the interpersonal meaning dimensions, which is address, social distance, and involvement through accessible language and engaging visuals. So the posters attempt to connect with the audience while maintaining level of social distance.
And for sub-problem 3, next slide please. So for the verbal text-image relations, so we find that the text-image relations are predominantly complementary, although there are also convergent patterns occurring. However, divergence is quite minimal, in this case, divergence actually introduces critical reflection among its viewers in terms of the message presented. And then moving on to sub-problem 4, please, which is on audience engagement and persuasive appeal. So engagement here, it was highly rated by 3.5 to a 4 median. So this refers to the visual appeal, the emotional connection, and then the overall engagement, whereas the persuasive appeal was actually much highly rated with a median of 4 to 5. So this is actually in relation to the message clarity, the personal relevance, awareness, and encouragement of sustainable behavior. So in terms of these results, so it describes the posters as highly informative, visually clear, and broadly relevant. However, in terms of its motivational impact, it actually varies by viewer interpretation.
So as for the conclusion, we conclude that the visual elements attract attention while textual elements provide information about the SDGs. The relationship between the text-image relations being complementary is a result of the combination of a strong level visual image and moderate level text. So our findings on the posters, audience engagement and persuasive appeal provides an existing gap between cognitive engagement and behavioral intent.
And for recommendations, so we actually recommend this to SDG advocates and graphic designers, so they should increase direct imperative use of imperative language, closer social distance to encourage audience participation. And then of course, for future researchers, we actually recommend that they examine the behavioral impact of interpersonal meaning and explore cross-cultural reception of advocacy materials. And then of course, educators and linguistic learners, they can also use this study to apply systemic functional linguistics, or SFL, and multimodal discourse analysis in their communication materials. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea and Nina, for your comprehensive exploration into persuasive multimodal text. I'm sure several future ELS researchers will be looking to your paper for inspiration.
Our next presenter graduated in 2025. She taught at the USC Language Academy for 2 batches, Toyo University and Yamagata University. She also worked at Rockwell Land Cebu as part of their marketing team. She is now taking short-term certificate courses to specialize certain skills while slowly establishing a creative brand of her own. I'd like to invite here on stage Katrina Marie Evardo to present her and Emmanuel Larong's paper who is unable to join us today. Their paper is entitled Prominence and Prejudice, Understanding Attitudes Toward Philippine English Electoral Categories and Social Prestige Among University Students in Cebu City. A round of applause.
Hello. Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. Those who know me may call me already as Ate Kat or Kat. For those who don't, I'm Katrina Marie Diavardo, like others said. I graduated 2025 from ELS. So it's nice to meet you guys. And can we go back first? That one. Okay, so I did this research. It's called Prominence and Prejudice, Understanding Attitudes Toward Philippine Electoral Categories and Social Prestige Among University Students in Cebu City. A very big mouthful. So basically, we wanted to understand the relationship between Philippine English accents and their social prestige in Cebu City. So for this one, we had our advisor, Sir Kenneth Giopina. Then we have our esteemed panel, Ms. Jose Leonor M. Mendoza and Ms. Christy T. Constantino. Next. So as we start, of course we ask, how did you get that research, right? How did you think about it? So obviously at that time, you're De La Salle bro, Ateneo bro, those types of concepts like, oh, you want to go to Wildflower, you want to go to that type of concept. So we also have those types of prejudices here in Cebu. So we realized like, oh, other people are asking like, are you saying I'm rich just because I'm from USC and I speak in Konyo? Like that's a prejudice, right? So we were thinking, how is that? So why does that happen? So we looked for existing literature. And then we saw like a lack, there's a gap. So we thought, how can we contribute? Next. Oh, go back. Okay. So we thought, let's think local. Let's localize all the existing literature and put them into one to add some extra knowledge. So we figured out, we identified who is exposed to the English language the most here in Cebu, to understand their attitudes and to grasp the present situation or environment, and then also reflect on history. Why does this happen in this climate at this time? So with all those things, we employed sociolinguistics, anthrolinguistics, as well as language and power to create a study that can add significant knowledge and open the eyes of the consumers of our research, or to you guys, that there is a reality of linguistic discrimination. Okay. Moving on to theoretical background. Next. Okay, so our existing literature, we found 3. So Phillips, Mendoza, and Mackenzie. So for Phillips basically talks about how language and linguistic codes are directly associated with value and prestige in society. And we also have Mendoza, who talks about Philippine electoral categories or English accents have associated traits. And then Mackenzie also shows that there's a relationship or an existing relationship between electoral categories and prestige. So as you can see, I put arrows. It's pretty hard to follow, but yeah, so for Mendoza, we got the concepts of Philippine English context, electoral categories, and matched guise tests. So for electoral categories, like I said before, and for your reference, these are English accents, so Philippine English accents. So when I say acrolect, it's near native. So it sounds basically like a foreigner. So for our Philippine English environment here, we aim to get the standard English accents from Americans. So in our research, that was our basis. So acrolect speakers basically have near American English accents. So we have mesolect, that sounds like me. That's not very near native, but not also very bisdak. So not very dialectal. And we have baselect, that's basically the bisdak thick accented English accent. Okay, so we also have, Mackenzie and Phillips. Next. So we have other keywords, world Englishes or Philippine English, attitudes, social prestige. Yeah, so let me just go through all of them. World Englishes, for those who don't know, that's the concept that each culture has their type of English. So for example, Singapore has Singaporean English, India has Indian English, Philippines has Philippine English. Okay? So for attitudes here, we describe it as the deciding factor before your actions. Then social prestige, by Cheng, it's freely inferred ranks via prestige, basically meaning the prestige, you didn't get it by force, like if you have government positions or hierarchy, like you're the queen, you get it by force. No, freely inferred ranks are basically those that are prestige that is given to you because you fit the standard. So if you're pretty, you have more prestige. If you're smarter, you have more prestige in school, those types of things. So next. Okay, so this is our problem. The study intended to describe the attitudes of tertiary students on Philippine English lectal categories' influence on social prestige. Specifically, this study aimed to answer the following questions. What are the traits associated with the different Philippine English lectal categories indicated below? Acrolect, mesolect, baselect. What are the explicit attitudes of tertiary students on each lectal category and their characteristics? And third, how is social prestige recognized within each lectal category based on Phillips? Okay, next. So our research environment, it was in Cebu City. We conducted our data gathering in 4 different universities. Yes, 4 in person. So that's USC, USJR, CTU, and CNU. Next. And we had 90 total respondents, all in all. So 45 from arts and humanities, as well as 45 from STEM. So yes, they also must be 18 years old or older, have at least 12 years of formal English language learning, and is a bona fide student of that university at that time. Next. So this is what our research instrument looked like. We had a matched guys test. For those who don't know what the matched guys test is, it's basically if you think this is correct, can you rank it 4? If not, you do the other side, not 1. So we had 1 for each lectal category, acrolect, mesolect, baselect, and then we had a researcher-made questionnaire on the other side. Next. Yeah, so our research procedures, it went phase 1, of course, gaining consent, then assignment of respondent number for anonymity. Then phase 2, drawing activity. Drawing activity, Atekat, but why do you have a drawing activity when you're trying to understand their attitudes, right? That's our way of trying to get their attitudes without them understanding what this research is actually about. Okay? So then we had classical music break in between, researcher-made questionnaire, and breaking it to the respondents because we told them, oh, our research is about following instructions, so you should listen very carefully because if you don't follow instructions, I will know. But actually, no, it was about their feelings and attitudes towards the different English accents. Okay, next. So yeah, so this is how we treated the data. The first one, we had the mean. We had to look for the mean for each trait. Then the thematic analysis for question number 2, and then modified grounded theory for question number 3. Next. Now for the summary of results, analysis, and interpretations. Next. Okay. So as you can see, there's a lot of numbers here on my wall. Not the wall, the presentation. So those in green are the highest ranking traits. This means that they all have more prestige. So those lowering ranking stage, not prestige rather, associations. So those lower ranking traits are marked in pink. So as you can see, acrolect is highly seen as intelligent, educated, and competent, as well as mesolect. But then when it comes to baselect, it's only first, friendly, and approachable. So why is that so? If everything else is seen as intelligent, educated, competent, why is someone who has a thick dialectal accent, ethnic accent, why are they seen only second intelligent? Why are they not the same, right? So for the rest, lowest ranking, acrolect is seen as not arrogant, also mesolect, but then baselect is just seen as least aggressive. So why is there a change? Why is it different, diba? So next. Here we have also the results of the other part of our questionnaire. So we saw that the students liked acrolect the most, the near native sounding accent, and then they liked least the ethnic sounding accent. Now we have the accent that they want to acquire, it's acrolect. Okay, next. So here you can see also the positive themes. This is for our second research question. So basically they said acrolect is clear and proper, professional and respectable, friendly and soothing, while mesolect is also calm and gentle, clear and understandable, and friendly, direct. Baselect is understandable and direct, familiar and friendly. The neutral themes we found is that acrolect sounds basic and plain. So mesolect also sounds casual, but there were no neutral themes for baselect. Now for acrolect, it was seen to be robotic, intimidating, difficult to understand, while mesolect was robotic also and difficult to understand, while baselect was said to be informal, aggressive, condescending, and less inclusive. So next. So what did we figure out? We had the data from research question number 1 and research question number 2. Now we want to ask the question, why does this happen, right? So we looked in history, we looked in books and literature, and we found 2 terms, linguistic prescriptivism and colonialism. Let me read from my tablet so that I don't butcher the definition. Basically, linguistic prescriptivism is described as a certain approach in linguistics that encompasses different rules that dictate how a person should use a certain language. So they're not saying language is free, but they're saying you should use it in this way. It's prescripting. While colonialism can be described as the political and cultural disruptions of a nation that affect governance and social, cultural practices, conditions, and ideologies. So together we have prescriptive linguistic colonialism. Is this the incessant coloniality present in the attitudes of Filipinos towards Philippine English that pedestals linguistic characteristics of its past American colonizers, subsequently affecting one's attitudes towards certain linguistic nuances, such as accents or otherwise known as lectal categories? Okay, next. So we'll have our summary of findings and conclusions and recommendations. So we have mesolect had the most favorable implicit attitudes with a total of 5 positively well-matched traits. Second is that acrolect was the most liked and wanted to be acquired out of the 3, while baselect was the least. Third is acrolect gathered the most number of positive themes, while baselect had the least while having the most negative themes. And fourth, there's a positive bias for acrolectal speakers brought about prescriptive linguistic colonialism as a byproduct of post-colonialism. Next. So our conclusions, we have 3. Near-native English speakers are generally favored by Filipinos. Next, there is a lingering prejudice against baselect speakers. And third, prescriptive linguistic colonialism determines the attitudes influencing the relationship of language and social prestige. Next. So for our recommendations, for English major students, we want you to explore this idea more. So we wish for you not to be stuck in semantics or syntax, but also anthrolinguistics, sociolinguistics. For educational professionals, we would wish that Philippine English and this linguistic discrimination be more well known to students so that it may not persist any longer. And sociolinguists, also the same, we would wish to have further studies with this. And future researchers, please explore the idea of linguistic discrimination. So thank you for listening. And our thesis is at the library and the DCLL office if you're interested to read. So you can ask me or just borrow the book there. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Kat. What a thought-provoking research that touches on our linguistic colonial influences, especially of that within the university, because I believe that's its own ecosystem, right? So our final presenters for today are Jade Kimberly Lebrea and Ray Luis Ondap, who both graduated in 2024. Jade is currently managing their family business, and Ray is a landing page designer and developer at Cons Media Apps and a freelance graphic designer at Anima. Let's give a warm welcome to Jade and Ray as they present their paper entitled Textual Analysis of Smishing Text Messages.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Kaya pa? Woo!
Wake up, sir. Wake up.
Let's
Yay!
go.
Sige. Title page, please.
Hi, everyone. So, before we discuss, have you ever received this kind of text message? Do you know what it's called? No? Sige, next, please. So, we'd like to introduce you to our research, which is titled Textual Analysis of Smishing Text Messages. So, this is authored by yours truly and my thesis partner.
I am Ray Luis Biandap. Good afternoon, everyone. Yay!
And of course, our thesis advisor, Miss Sweet. So next, please. This is also co-authored by our panelist, Dr. Magno Mendoza, Miss Christy, our research professor, and our iterator, Miss Ara. Miss Ara.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next, please. So, why did we make this study? So, as we all know, SMS or short messaging services are still widely used here in the Philippines and globally. Are you still using SMS, everyone? Yes. So with that increase and the continued use of SMS, there is still an increased vulnerability to smishing or SMS phishing. So what is smishing? Smishing? Smishing is phishing through SMS. So it exploits the trust of users through deceptive text strategies. That's what scammers use to deceive the users. And the other reason why we made this study is because of the limited resources regarding smishing in the Philippine context. So yeah. Hi. So for the first problem, we used the study by Mishra and Sony 2021, wherein they used SMS features, and we use it in our current study. So the different features that we've used are misspelled words, leet words, symbols, special characters, and smishing keywords. We will explain it later.
For the second sub-problem, we are the common smishing methods by Choi and Lee, which is also research last 2021, which are delivery-related, family occasion or invitation-related, gift card and coupon and present-related, impersonation of institution, and impersonation of person.
So as mentioned earlier, these are the theories. So first, I'll discuss SMS features by Mishra and Sony 2021. So misspelled words, do you know what misspelled words are? Yes, you know, misspelled words are wrong spelled words. Wrong? Leet words are jeje words. There are letters within the word interchange for numbers. Symbols are mathematical symbols. And special characters are non-alphanumeric, meaning they are punctuations and they are not mathematical symbols. Lastly, smishing keywords. These are keywords that induce emotion towards the users. So yeah.
So smishing methods by Choi and Lee, we also used 5 of them, which are delivery-related. So these are text messages that contain delivery messages from delivery riders that your package is coming or it's not. And then invitation-related are from family members. And also gift card and coupon and present-related are smishing texts that entice you with gifts, prizes, like that, money. And then impersonation of institution and person are basically the same, but for institution, it's government agencies, financial banks, and then person are, it's really a person or a figure, like a politician and the likes.
Next, please. So,
So existing research on smishing and social engineering attacks. Social engineering attacks, that's umbrella term for the smishing, and primarily examines user behavior and the strategies attackers use to manipulate victims. So these studies provide valuable insights into how smishing operates and why individuals fall for these scams. So however, fewer studies analyze the linguistic features of smishing messages themselves, and particularly in the Philippine context. So with this gap, it motivated the present study, so our study, to examine the SMS features and the smishing methods used in smishing texts.
Next, please. So these are the data that we have collected. So first, for SMS features, as you can see, we collected a total of 1,215 features with smishing keywords coming out on top. Yay! Ay mo pangatog. So next, the least one are misspelled words with only 5. So what do these numbers mean? So these features exhibit the scammers aim to persuade users, and these induce not only positive emotions, but also negative emotions. And most of them are used to avoid filtering algorithms. Yes. Yay. Ako ba din? So these are the samples that we have. So for, like I said earlier, smishing keywords induce both positive and negative emotions. So for the positive smishing keywords, we have the words free, bonus, claim. Naka-receive naman na? Yes! Congrats, you received 13,200 from GCash. Yay! So, diba, you feel excited. While for negative smishing keywords, you feel scared. You feel the need for urgency. These are, the words are alert, suspended, and deactivation. So they scare you thinking that you are gonna get your account deactivated. So next. So many. Oh, special characters. So these special characters trigger emotional responses from users, and they are also used to avoid filtering algorithms, but they can also be a result of a mistype based on the positioning. So special characters are punctuation marks like exclamation point, colons, and question marks. So yeah, next please. Next are symbols. These are mathematical symbols. They also trigger emotional responses. They are also used to avoid filtering algorithms, and they are used to give more emphasis, like the one for GCash. Yeah. Next. Leet words and misspelled words. So these are the least used SMS features. So for leet words, these are the loop. Loop with a number 1 as L and deposited with an exclamation point. So these are, both of them are mainly used for filtering algorithms, but misspelled words are the least used because it's easier to flag something if it's misspelled, especially if gikan siya sa kanang a big institution like GCash. So if they give you a wrong spelled word, so it's a very red flag. So yeah, that's all for me.
So for our second sub-problem, which is the smishing methods, the most number of frequencies are the gift card and coupon and present related smishing methods, and then the least is the impersonation of person, and there are no frequencies for the family, occasion, or invitation related smishing methods. Next. So the explanation for family occasion related smishing messages, there are no frequencies because it's very straightforward in fact checking, and it's not one of the most preferred smishing methods by the sender. So basically, what happens is that if it doesn't get a response or interaction, it's not used because there's no use if they don't get any response from that type of method. So this is what happened to this smishing method. So next. For the gift card and coupon and present related, this is the most number of frequencies. So as you can see, there's many words that entice with money. So 1 million, 5,000, you get 1 million and you get pa 5,000. So that's how enticing it sounds. And then they're also name dropping financial banks like Paymaya and GCash. These are very used na e-wallets and digital banks. So it contributes to the legitimacy. So for the impersonation of institution, in contrast to the gift card and coupon related, this focuses more on the negative na mga smishing messages. So as you can see, it's traffic violation, it's incomplete registration, there is a failed transaction, and then fraud, banking fraud. So that's the type of smishing messages when related to the impersonation of institutions. So it's similar with gift card, but it's the very opposite is that it's more a negative na smishing messages. So lastly, delivery-related smishing messages are also the data that we also gathered from this is also more on the negative kind of smishing messages. So example, unsuccessful, and then also failed delivery. And then usually they also name drop like PH Postal, LVC Express. So it's very obvious in a way, but also kind of convincing because there are very words that are usually used when we also receive these kind of messages. Lastly, impersonation of a person, we only received one data, and then due to the evolution of technology, senders saw how users are easily enticed with clicking URLs than asking their information. So, and ka-feel mo anang the explanation for this is that people really are more responsive to when you ask them to do something rather than when you ask them to give it to me. So that's how smishing really became kanang more used. So the senders see that when you let them click the link, they will be responsive. So that's how.
So for our findings, as mentioned earlier, SMS features are not limited to being utilized one single feature at a time. They are used in one message. So your smishing message could contain misspelled words, leet words. So yeah. While smishing methods are adjusted depending on how the user interacts with their apps, their online interactions. So if you use your GCash or Maya more, you'll receive more GCash or Maya. Or if magsige mo scatter, mag-scatter ta. Sige. So yes, conclusion.
So for the conclusions, okay, it's also a little bit related to each other. So we concluded that what the SMS features and the smishing methods that are used really depend on what is the type that gets so many responses. So that's why it's gift card, and that's why it's also from GCash, from Maya, because a lot of people are users of GCash and users of Maya, and then also gets easily enticed with monetary gifts and prizes. So that's how we concluded.
For the recommendations, we recommend all smartphone users to take note of the patterns stated in our paper. For cybersecurity specialists, they may use this study to create different algorithms to flag other smishing messages. While for the government, aside from do your job properly, utilize the results of this study to strengthen digital government services.
So for the academic field of linguistics, we recommend to actually look into user behavior through psycholinguistics because it's interesting to dive deeper on that part, and also for future researchers because there is a gap on studies about smishing in the Philippine context that they can use or relate with our research.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Or please ignore smishing messages.
Yes.
So thank you, Jade and Ray, your linguistic insights into what many of us consider just everyday annoyances has been both very educational and entertaining.
Thank you very much to our ELS presenters. Now, may we request that our ELS presenters gather here on stage to answer some questions from the audience.
Once again, if you have a question, please raise your hand and we will have someone approach you with a microphone. For the benefit of time, we will be fielding one question each for each research. And if there are extra time, we will be open to other questions, extra questions as well. We have our...
Yes, no questions.
Good afternoon. This question is directed to the third presenters. I'm
Why?
here.
Why?
Okay, so I don't think you guys shared your methodology, so please share how you guys sampled the your smishing data.
Great observation. Yes, she's listening. Be like her. Jade.
Hi, apologies. So ako nanghimo sa PPT, and yes, I really missed it. So I'm really sorry. So for our methodology, first we analyzed shorthand messages. So that's SMS, and we did snowball participants. So kung namoy ka ng mga scam text na kuha dira mo na screenshot ninyo bisan na mo. Ano pasa-pasa for ano, and then afterwards kay, so we only used SMS screenshots man. We did not really, it's not very complicated in studying it. We marked them, though as you can see in our presentation, there are yellow nga, boxes or highlights. That's how we identified the smishing methods and SMS features. And then, so more to siya. We have two theories. So as we mentioned, this is by Ms. Shah and Sony, SMS features, and then the smishing methods by Choi and Lee.
Yes, that's what. Yes. How many texts? Hello.
Yes, sorry. So we gathered 301 SMS features. So no, SMS text messages. That's how it became na daghan ang results.
If you're wondering why 301, I'm wondering as well. Now the people were generous because they received lots of scam texts. Yes.
We'll proceed to the next question. Okay.
So, hello, Ates and Kuyas. So, my question is basically more directing in the REC. So, based on what you guys presented to us, you guys had human participants and you went through REC. So, since my classmates and I are currently preparing for our thesis proposals, and many of us are actually wanting to proceed with the REC and use human respondents in our as our participants. So what advice can you give us in terms of preparation?
Okay, so I think ours was a very extensive REC. I think very, very REC coded na thesis. So it's really simple actually. People should not be scared of REC because REC tells you what you need. So if you have everything that you need, it's diretso na. So people shouldn't be scared of doing REC. REC actually allows you to get more saturated, more deep, more significant studies. So yeah, REC, you basically just go to REC, ask them, well, what are the requirements for REC? They give you a very comprehensive list of what is needed. And then basically they have the guide now, and then you just follow. After that, you go to REC, and then they process they study your study, and then they do all the processes. Then after that, it's really simple, especially for ELS, where we have third year, then summer, and then fourth year to do our thesis. There's so much time to do REC. So if you really do want to go REC, especially your batch who wants to do REC, don't be scared, just follow everything. And then once you have everything completed, diretso na. No problems. Minimal corrections, minimal anything. So just don't be scared. Do it. It's worth it. Okay.
Also adding up, so we are the batch that our batch followed etiquette, and we asked her for our for the format for the REC emailing. Our proposal didn't include REC, really. But on the proposal, our panelist, Ms. Leah, she suggested that it would be nice, it would be good, it would be very insightful to add REC, also because if there's just the analyzing of the visual and the verbal text image, it would be nothing. It's just like you will end up asking, then what is it? What's next? So after that, we did the REC, and happily, there's the after 3 months, 2 months. After 2 months, there's response from the REC, and it says that we are exempted from the review. So which means, although we have the focus group discussion, there is no lengthened discussion or process to go with the REC. So yes, don't be afraid. Go submit it to REC. You will never know what's the answer. So yeah.
Yeah, and also in addition to that, Kai, your study will feel more validated because it goes through this extensive review from REC. So, I mean, not undermining the. So yeah, yeah.
Also, guys, 1 month ra among REC. So, okay ra jud siya. Don't be scared. There's more time. Okay.
Thank
you
po. So, any more questions in the... Oh, a word from Miss Chat.
This is in relation to what they're saying. Probably the fourth year com now are wondering why ours is still 2 months. It also depends on the reviewer. So they're saying all the positive side, but yeah, 2 to 3 months, oh my gosh. But you'll get there, guys. Don't worry. They'll release it to you. Yes. Okay, we'll follow up for you also.
So, we have one more question.
Hello. So this question is directed to the first presenters. I'm just really curious. This is like nitpicking, but it just caught my attention, and I'm really curious. One of the elements you considered in your study was the artistic element of the gaze, and you said there na the posters need to have like eye elements. I'm just curious. Is there a psychology behind it? Why is it really important for the SDGs to contain like eye elements and like its effects? Is there like a psychology behind it? Just that really caught my attention.
Hello. So, in relation, it is because it's part of our framework. If you're listening, it's from the framework of Chris and Van Leeuwen. There's the textual and I mean the visual elements, which the components are gaze, the images, the colors, and the shapes. So it really matters. And also in our process, there's the matter of the participants' gaze, where our first option is we use the Adobe something to like the connect if how many degrees something, and then so lengthy, and then our scope changes, and yeah. So to answer your question, it's part of the framework.
I think we still have time to field some more questions, if there are any. Perhaps 2 more. We have one in the front. Franco, in the front.
This is for the SMS people. So, this is more on the data side of your study. I'm just curious kung which kanang smishing keyword was the most common to appear in the data set.
I like your question. Let me ask that. From our study, kay, I believe it was the gambling part. Kay, not gambling. The positive smishing keywords, the free most guro ato kay ang free nga word kay it could be applied in different like the gaming, the GCash, the banking. So yeah.
In addition to that, yes, free or positive keywords is the top results, because it's also the top smishing method in the second subproblem. So the two subproblems are sort of married. So we wanted to study the data line by line and also as a general. So that's how they complemented each other, and that's why the top results is the gift card and the coupon related. So free is always when you sign up, there's free like that. So that's just supporting what Ray said.
Thank you for supporting, Jay. Did that answer the question?
So one last question, if there are any.
I'd want to try. This is for you, Kath. So here it is. Since your subjects are from students from universities, I'd like to ask if your respondents were graduates from those universities, will the results still yield, would it still yield the same results, or would it differ since they have already graduated and have gained knowledge throughout the years about that English does not reflect those attitudes? So what would you think about those if your respondents are much more mature?
To clarify lang, you're asking if, for example, our participants were those who already graduated, would the results be different?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a good question. Actually, we think, at least for us, attitudes are hard to change, in a sense. So, for example, if our attitudes were rooted in us when we were still younger, up until we're adults, just because you graduated doesn't mean your attitudes will change right away, right? So, that's not in the scope of our study. However, that is a good study. So, if ever, I guess I would bring it back to you. If you want to study that, you can do that for your thesis. But from what we have, prescriptive linguistic colonialism is a concept that is by everyone, from everyone, for everyone. Everyone goes through it. So if you want to study whether it also exists in the workplace, of course you're free to do so, but that's not in the scope, sadly, of our research. However, I do think it does still exist, even in the workplace. Okay.
Thank you.
I believe that will be our last question for today. If you have any more questions to the researchers, you may, of course, approach them, email them, or contact them in any other way.
Okay, another round of applause, please, to our presenters, Nina, Andre, Katrina, Jade, and Ray. So just for everyone's information, the department will be releasing a book of abstracts, which will contain the other papers that were nominated for today's research forum.
Presenters, please stay put as we will directly proceed to the giving of certificates. We'd also like to please call back to the stage Jarell and Clarissa to also receive their certificates of recognition. To present these certificates, we would like to call on stage Dr. Joanne Marie Stan to the stage.
Okay, allow me to read out the citation. This certificate of recognition is proudly presented our first presenter, Gerald Troy Flores, for having presented his research entitled Apocalyptic Literature in Age of Blight by Christine Ong Muslim during the DCLL Research Forum 2026 at SAFAD Theatre, University of San Carlos, Talamban Campus. Given this 12th day of March 2026, signed by Joanne Mariestan, DALC, Glenn Glarino, PhD, and Father Jasuraj Antoniapan, SVD, PhD. Congratulations.
This next certificate be presented to, it's in order now. Clarissa May Sevilla for having presented her research, The Dam Adaptation, examining the 2019 Broadway musical, The Lightning Thief, as an adaptation of Rick Riordan's 2005 novel, The Lightning Thief. Okay. Round of applause. The next certificate is given to Nina Grace Shane Bahalia and Andre Marie Silva for presenting their research entitled Interpersonal Meaning, Verbal Text Image Relation in Sustainable Development Goals Posters. Okay. Next, we another, yeah. Oh, okay. Next, a certificate of recognition is proudly presented to Katrina Marie Evardo for presenting her research entitled Prominence and Prejudice, Understanding Attitudes Towards Philippine English Electoral Categories and Social Prestige Among University Students in Cebu City. And lastly, I'd like to present a certificate of recognition to Jade Kimberly Librea and Ray Luis Onda for having presented their research, Textual Analysis of Smishing Text Messages. So for the photo op, we'd also like to invite the advisors of each. Okay. Hi, Sir Ken. To please come on stage to be included in the photo op. Yes. Smile for the camera. A round of applause, please, to our researchers. Once again, thank you and congratulations to everyone for successfully defending your thesis paper a second time around.
Before we officially end the DCLL Research Forum 2026, let's have Dr. Joanne Marie Stan to give the closing remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, guest speakers, our alumni, researchers, and students of our beloved DCLL, good afternoon, everyone. As much as I want to say thank you and goodbye, I think I need to thank everybody who made this event possible. So, as we draw the DCLL Research Forum 2026 to a close, I am filled with immense gratitude for the intellectual energy that has illuminated our sessions today across our three programs: Communications Media, Literary and Cultural Studies, and English Language Studies. None of this would have been possible without our dedicated faculty organizers, the research committee. To start off with, we start off with Dr. Jose Leonor Magno Mendoza, Dr. Sir Nino Agustin Loyola, Dr. Mary Ann Malimas, and Ms. Christy Constantino and Sir Kenneth Opina for coordinating with our alumni and speakers to share their thesis and preparing the essential elements of this event. Of course, to Dr. Malimas and Ma'am Esther Londelin Mendoza for facilitating the meals and snacks, and of course to our students, I think I need to mention the names here: Andy, Ken, Milord, Joe, Shan, Oliver, Julian, China, Joanna Lynn, Franco, Megan, Diane, Alexia, Rose, Gavin, Margaret, Angel, Rains, Lois, Gail, Yuel, Lina, Sam, Kian, NJ, Maria, Julia, Christoph, Abby, Abdul, and JV. Thank you so much, guys. Allow me to reiterate lang, of course, our MCs, Oliver and Yashan, Julian and Megan, and to the screening committee from our various program sections, to our faculty in the DCLL, thank you for generously offering your time to review the papers. Above all, this event would not have succeeded without the woman of the hour, Dr. Charity Turano, for spearheading every detail and ensuring its seamless success. Your collective, tireless efforts remind us that research is not just an academic exercise. It's a catalyst for transformation, empathy, and dialogue. Hopefully, this DCLL Research Forum made a pivotal showcase of our department's intellectual vitality. And to the DCLL students, let us carry this momentum forward into our classrooms, your thesis, and your organizations. Because, of course, more forums, seminars, and activities await in the coming semesters. And we hope that you will give us the same energy and enthusiasm. And together, guys, we continue to shape narratives that matter through our research. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Dr. We hope the presentations from today have not only been enriching for you, but also helpful in dispelling all your thesis anxiety.
We also hope to see you again during next year's DCLL Research Forum, perhaps as a presenter yourself.
This has been your host, Megan Bulyasur.
And Julian Gatchalian. A pleasant afternoon to you all.
Thank
Reminder
you.
to all ELS and LCS students to please claim your snacks outside in the same location right outside. Thank you. Thank you. Reminder to anyone, please claim your lost items. We have a white Jisoo Life fan, a charger, USB-C type charger. I know that's mine. And a Lancome Paris makeup bag. I don't know what say so Dani guys, pero you know. We would like to call any photographers. If you took a battery here on the left side of the auditorium, close to the stage, you may have mistakenly taken someone else's battery and charger. Please double check your belongings.
What? Hi, Miss Chat. Can we have a quick word? Just your thoughts on the how the research forum is on your perspective. Yeah, we're still live. Hold on, let me rotate this so we can see ourselves here. Oh, hello there. Okay, so here we're with Dr. Charity Torano, who is spearheaded the entire research forum. And I asked you about this earlier. This is the first time that DCLL, in its name and form, has held its research forum. And you mentioned that the last time as DOLL was 12 years ago.
Yes. Yeah. So the last time we had this research forum was in, if I'm not wrong, 2014. And now we're trying to revive it. We want to cultivate further and deeper the research culture of the department, and hopefully, raise the bar higher and end up in publications, end up publishing papers for our students. And it's just amazing to hear from the presenters those concepts that they pursued as their topics were actually worth publishing. And probably for us mentors, we're also challenged to be better mentors of our student researchers and really end up publishing more. That's to contribute to the communication discipline, and of course to the English language community, and to the literature community as well.
Overall, with this first revival of the research forum, how did you find the, execution of it?
I think we're able to do it well. I'm not saying perfectly, but we can still do better next time. Of course, we're trying to evaluate what else we can do to improve. Probably we were thinking of do posters or what, but we're trying to toy in that idea, or release abstract. As mentioned earlier, we will be releasing sort of abstracts for papers, even those that we're not able. We're not able to. Some presenters were not able to present, but they made it in the nomination level. And yes, moving forward, we'll continue with this culture. For research, more for innovations. Yay.
Any maybe final word that you'd like to say?
Yes, for the communication discipline, for English language studies program, for literature, we have a lot to contribute to the table in terms of researches. I think it's a matter of rekindling our love for research and taking the challenges positively instead of, entertaining thoughts like, oh, research is so taxing, but research is actually power, and this can contribute a lot to the innovations again and sustainability developments of the country. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Charity Torano, and congratulations again on the Research Forum.
Yeah, I'd like to thank also my very active committee members. I cannot name everyone, but oh my gosh, I love the committee members. Third year batch, batch third year and second year. I think they're very supportive. Yeah, their leadership is awesome, and I think we could not have had a very smooth one without their help also. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Doc Chat. Yes, thank you for having us live on the air as well. Thank you very much. And that will end our broadcast for the DCLL Research Forum 2026. On behalf of the team from Halangdon, JV Yap, who has been running the broadcast this time actually. Good job, JV. Also Abigail Barredo, our editor-in-chief. I'm Christopher Andriu, the media director, and also with two of our staff as well, being photojournalists, Rains Dugan and Tasmi Rahaman. Thank you for watching us. This has been our coverage from the Department of Communications, Linguistics, and Literature. Find your voice, be heard. This has been Halangdon, Sublimity in Print. Have a good afternoon and see you tomorrow for Lit Fest, part of SAS Week 2026.